20. Collega's, is eintlik vir ons 'n besondere voorreg en eer om ook vandag die geleentheid te gebruik te maak om mense wat regtig die geleenthede wat vir hulle gebied word aangryp, embrace the opportunities and use the resources available to really empower yourself. Make sure that you develop your own career. Of course, the municipality is there to make sure that we invest in the capabilities and the enablement of staff with a specific intention to retain skills and competencies within the Cape Agulhas municipal area. And we're quite glad and quite honored that you took up that opportunity. En ek weet baie van julle, ek het gesien saans, laat sit mense nog by die kantore, maak seker as die assignments gesubmit moet word, want ons almal lê mos maar in dieselfde siek as die assignment die volgende dag moet ingaan, dan begin ons eers die vorige dag. But I really want to use the quote of Nelson Mandela, and that is specifically when you study, and specifically study at a later stage in your life. We've got other priorities that you also have to juggle. Most of you got families, most of you got careers, most of you are in full-time employment, not most of you, all of you. And it's quite difficult to get through everything and still concentrate in terms of your studies. But you did it, and you can feel very proud of it. And I know it's a very liberating feeling when you stand on that podium and you get your certificate or your degree or diploma, what you've studied for. Then the words of Nelson Mandela comes really to the fore, where he indicated, it always seems impossible until it is done. En die dag voel sy regtig, ja, aan die begin het ek nooit gedink ek sal hier uitkom. Daar was tye wat 'n mens wil opgegier het, daar's tyd wat die babietjie huil, wanneer die man op jou sienewies werk by die huis, wanneer die vrou nie regtig wil saamwerk het, en sê, ag, dit is maar losie. But you pulled through, you stuck to your guns, and at the end of the day you were successful. That is why I think we really want to make use of this opportunity to congratulate you first, and also celebrate that achievement with you. Also acknowledge the fact that you use the opportunity to empower yourself. So die ceremony gaan baie eenvoudig wees, ons gaan basies net die name vorentoe roep, ons wil graag net 'n foto gee saam met die burgemeester en die speaker, en ander raadslede is ook natuurlik welkom, en dan sal ons net 'n gesamentlike foto agterna wil hê. Ons dan ook in die media. Speaker, enige tyd? Ja, op hierdie stadium is die streaming nog nie. Sê? Okay, no problem.
Op YouTube.
Okay.
Na julleself.
But thank you very much. Ons gaan begin net om die name na vorentoe te roep. Kan basies net kom, ons gaan 'n fotootjie neem en dan net hier wag, want ons wil graag 'n gesamentlike foto met almal van julle neem. Eerste een op die lys, Nicole Arends. Lekker stapie van jou neem die sê. Rugaya Morkel. Glad to see that the councillors also take some of this opportunity and say, luister, ons gaan nie agterbly nie. We also want to empower ourselves. We want to provide a better service to the community. Councillor Sikululu Ngoa. Then we've got Mrs. Alzona Plightis. Annelies Rousseau. Pinikaya. Pinga. Then we've got Cynthia Tsotsotini. Then we've got Shonri, welcome. Non-slave swearing. You were going to give a halala. Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Ian Kiss is not at work today. We wanted to also just congratulate him, also in his absence. And last but not least is our Deputy Mayor Councillor Karen Donald. Thank you. Now, if you can just get a group photo. klok. Kennis geskied hiermee van 'n algemene raadsvergadering van Kaapagullis munisipaliteit wat vandag Vrydag 30 Mei 2025 in die munisipale raadsaal te Bredasdorp georganiseer. Notice is hereby given of a general council meeting of Kaapagullis municipality. Is currently being held in the municipal council chambers today, Friday the 30th of May 2025. En hier gee ek onmiddellik oor voorsitter en speaker van die Raad van Kaapagullis, Raadsheer Derek Burger.
Dankie, Emen. Meester, burgemeester, ons raadslede, teenwoordig, personeelteam, meester. Hartlik welkom by hierdie vergadering, wat ek dink 'n baie belangrike vergadering is. En wat ek dink ons in goeie sal sê, Director Moody, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Welcome to you too.
Thank you.
Vir ons verder gaan as ek stel dit aan.
Ons bid. Vader, ons dankie dat ons na U toe kan kom met harte vol van dankbaarheid vir U groot genade en U guns oor ons lewens. Hierdie dag bely ons weer eens ons diepe afhanklikheid van U vir insig en wysheid oor hoe ons na vore moet gaan met dit wat ons moet doen ter voordeel van elke inwoner in hierdie dorp. Dankie dat U ons daarin lei en dat U wysheid en U insig ook dat ons kan deel daarin en van U kan vra om ons te lei. Here, waar ons moeilike besluite moet neem en waar ons kyk na die rigting waarin ons beweeg, dankie dat U ons daarin lei. Ons dankie dat U in hierdie dag die grootheid en die guns oor ons daardeur ook bewys. Here, ons bid vir elke inwoner van hierdie dorp. Ons weet daar is baie mense wat deur stryd gaan, deur siekte gaan, deur moeilike omstandighede gaan. En mense is nie altyd in staat om hulle te help nie, maar U hand is daar om hulle uit te red. Ons dankie dat ons U ook kan vra daarvoor. Dankie dat U ons daarin ook genadig is. Ons draai alles, elke verrigting op aan U. Dankie dat U ons daarin lei. In Jesus naam. Amen.
Dankie, Raadslid Eksteen. Ek kan net noem dat hierdie vergadering vir ons word uitgesend na YouTube toe, so julle kan agterna daarna kyk. En ons kan agterna besluit of ons dit in die toekoms wil doen en aanhou doen. As 'n tegniese besluit wat ons moet neem rondom die lisensie en wat ons feedback het, maar as ons konsensus daaroor het, dan het ons konsensus, maar ons kan dit bespreek op later stadium. Quorum aansoek om verlof met afwesigheid, quorum applications for leave. Ons is voltallig as raadslede en die personeel ook. So, we call rated. Aanvaarding van die agenda, acceptance of the agenda. Is daar enige punte wat addisioneel is, wat julle wil in die stadium op? Waar is die agenda voor ons? Het bring ons by lief en leed, joy and sorrow. Ons kan begin met lief. Sarel Afrika tree vandag af in 1987 by die raad bevind het, na 38 jaar. Ons het hom genooi, maar hy is afwesig vandag. Maar ons dra namens die raad ons dank oor vir sy diens en kwaliteit. Onder nog lief kan ons miskien net noem dat Pieter Wasserman, die ons seun, sterk kans by die huis aan. So aansienlike verbetering. So dankie vir almal se gedagtes, gebede, ondersteuning in die familie. Ek dink hulle waardeer dit. Dit bring ons by die hartseer gedeelte van leed. Almal weet 'n paar weke gelede is ook Pieter Thompson naamgestryfbaar oorlede. So te sê dis Caroline Contact se vader, so vader is so swaar. En dan het ons 3 mense aan die dood afgestaan wat vermoor is. Dis miskien 'n hartseer storie, maar dit is met aan hulle families ook dan. Hannes Price onlangs vermoor. Janie Valtuin onlangs vermoor. Beyers de Wet paar weke gelede in Papier vermoor. Ek stel voor ons staan net vir 'n minuut en ons dink net aan al hierdie mense en hulle families.
Daar ook moet dat Daily en Dyers spoed vir ons. Dit is met dieselfde tydperk.
Ons vrees ek het nie daai detail gekry. Okay. Ek kan dit net neerskryf asseblief vir sy. So kan jy
I don't know, we should always maybe take a note, but it's fine also come up and report what even transpired in Bangladesh in terms of the crime. We shall need to have maybe a serious discussion what can be done. Because they really raised maybe red flags in terms of the crime that is happening in Bangladesh. It might even change maybe away even the investors, which is very crucial. What can be done in terms of social issues, social ills that is happening in Bangladesh. I think it has maybe some sort of a discussion. I know it's not ours, but the police and others, the relevant department didn't come on board. But at the same time, the safety of the community in Bangladesh is on top of the country. So I'm not raising that. It may happen that maybe we need to come together and what can be done.
Thank you, Councillor. Later, we have a couple of issues later in the agenda. I've got a funny notion not everybody read. So I did, and then I will touch on that one as well, because I would like to propose that firstly, we as council get together and list a couple of things that we are unhappy with or take up seriously. But thank you for that. When I continue. Verklaring van belange, declaration of interest, julle weet hoe dit werk. You know how it works. If you get to a point where you have interest in, then please excuse yourself. Onderhoude met afgevaardigdes en ander besoeke, interviews with delegates and for other visits. Anybody that wants to share something with us? Maya, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I just wanted to share a high-level report in terms of our ICLD visit to Sweden. I think it is necessary that the community knows in terms of what we did there and what transpired during our visit. I recently attended a 4-day International Center for Local Democracy, ICLD Human Rights Youth Network workshop in Gothenburg, Sweden, alongside with our youth coordinator, Ms. Nkosi Pile, Janine Mabuza, and Municipal Manager Mr. Evan Phillips. Our speaker during this workshop, various municipalities from Sweden and Africa were brought together. South Africa was there, Zimbabwe, and also Zambia, to promote the local democracy and youth participation in human rights in municipal governance. The program offered insights into Swedish models of youth engagement, transparency, and sustainability through engagement with municipal leaders, civil society, and the University of Gothenburg, and also key focus areas was included. And these focus areas are as follows: youth participation, the emphasis on authentic youth inclusion in decision-making processes within local government and government as well. Peer learning and project follow-up, shared lessons and feedback on ongoing human rights youth network projects that is ongoing. Civil society collaboration, reinforcing the role of civil society in empowering youth and advancing democracy. Sustainability and innovation, exposure to community-led projects like the Solidarity Fridge and Fixer Ticket. People that was with us during those 2 weeks will know what I'm talking about. The workshop reinforced ICLD's requirements that project teams includes both elected officials and qualified municipal staff. These partnerships aim to support the implementation of Agenda 2030, with particular focus on local governance, gender representation, youth empowerment, and institutional transparency. Now, during our Cape Agulhas visit to Umia, which is our partnering municipality in this project, 5 of our colleagues joined us. As outlined in our ICLD agreement, they joined us for a back-to-back ICLD human rights youth network exchange visit to Umia, Sweden, from the 11th to the 16th of May, 2025. Now, as you all know, Cape Agulhas previously hosted the Umia delegates from 29th of September to the 4th of October here in Cape Agulhas 2024. This exchange is part of the ongoing municipal partnership program between Cape Agulhas and Umia municipalities, facilitated by the International Center for Local Democracy, ICLD. The recent ICLD Human Rights Youth Network exchange visit to Umia, Sweden, provides Cape Agulhas municipality with a valuable opportunity to deepen our understanding of the ongoing effective local governance, particularly regarding participation. This visit, part of the ongoing municipal partnership program facilitated by the International Center for Local Democracy, enabled a meaningful exchange of knowledge, practices, and perspectives between our municipality and that of Umia. Through workshops, institutional visits, and cultural engagements, we gained comprehensive insights into Umia's governance structures, legal frameworks, and community-driven initiatives. These experiences underscore the significance of authentic youth inclusion in decision-making and highlighted the importance of embedding participation across multiple community platforms. A key reflection from the visit is the recognition that challenges such as youth disengagement and under-representation transcend resources availability on municipal size. Both Cape Agulhas and Umia face similar obstacles. Reaffirming that effective governance depends fundamentally on leadership, intentional inclusion, and collaborative approaches rather than financial capacity alone. We acknowledge the persistent budgetary constraints typical of smaller municipalities like Cape Agulhas. However, these limitations need not hinder progress. Instead, they call for innovative thinking and greater resourcefulness. Harnessing the creativity and expertise inherent within our communities among youth, educators, and municipal staff presents a significant opportunity to develop impactful, cost-effective solutions. Moreover, enhancing engagement with the local business sector through corporate social responsibility initiatives offers further potential to support youth programs and community development. A collaborative approach involving local government, schools, businesses, and civil society is essential to fostering an inclusive and resilient municipality. The visit also reinforced the imperative of creating diverse and accessible platforms for youth engagement beyond traditional structures like youth councils. Youth representation on board committees emerge as a critical priority, ensuring that young people's voices directly inform local governance and service delivery. Finally, the visit emphasized the need for ongoing data collection and analysis to inform youth participation strategies. Effective communication of finding in youth-friendly formats and platforms is crucial to maintaining meaningful engagement and closing the feedback loop. The financial planning and execution of the partnership visit and network meeting were effectively managed in accordance with the approved project budgets, which was fully funded by the International Centre for Local Democracy, ICLD. All major expenses, including flights, travel insurance, and accommodation, were covered by the ICLD project budget, allowing the delegation to participate in the visit without placing any undue financial burden on the municipality. The only costs incurred by the municipality were for visa fees and daily substances allowances, both of which were anticipated, reasonable, and provided for within the municipality's official travel budget. These expenses fall within the scope of permissible municipal expenditure for official travel engagements. Municipal officials undertaking official duties are legally entitled to substances and travel allowances in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFM Act 56 of 2003, specifically Section 66, and the Municipal Cost Containment Regulations 2019, which promote a prudent, efficient, and cost-effective use of municipal resources. To ensure alignment and understanding across all leadership structures, comprehensive reports on both exchange visits, as well as details of the ICLD program and its mandate, will be formally workshopped with the councillors and senior management of the municipality. In the spirit of transparency and accountability, this information will also be made publicly available. This step is vital, not only to inform and include all stakeholders, but also to avoid any assumptions, misinformation, or backlash regarding the nature and purpose of the partnership. In conclusion, this partnership experience reaffirmed that youth are not merely future leaders, but active stakeholders whose inclusion is vital to the democratic process and community development moving forward. Cape Agulhas municipality is committed to fostering participatory governance founded on mutual respect, shared learning, and a collective commitment to empowering young people today. We return with strengthened partnerships, practical insights, and a renewed commitment to inclusive and participatory governance in Cape Agulhas municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody else that went on the trip that want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just think it's good for the mayor to give that broad overview, but I think it's also critical to give a much better report to council, senior management that people can understand. And I think that is why the mayor is also committed to have that workshop so that councillors can be literally brought onto a virtual tour of what we've experienced on the other side. And also it will indicate what can immediately implemented, what over the medium term, and the foresight for longer term partnership and good local governance within Cape Agulhas municipality. And I think the mayor has already identified a date for such. We also had a very good engagement yesterday evening with the youth council, just to bring them in the loop as well, and what was the trip all about, and how they also, as the young people of Cape Agulhas, will at the end of the day benefit
from this partnership that is spanning over 3 years. So I think maybe you could just indicate, I think you already have a preeminent date for that workshop.
Yes, thank you, Ebim. Thanks for reminding me. We will have a workshop on the 11th of June. We will invite all councillors, directors, and management to be part of that workshop. Thank you.
I would also just like to say to the public that the funding model of Sweden is that their municipalities they collect their own taxes, so it's much easier for them to implement projects. And as we know that we've got 3 tiers of government, which is not that easy in order to access the funding. So I think their funding model makes it very easier for them in order to have direct access to the young people and their programs. And I think they operate with a budget of about 900 million Swedish krona, which is about almost something 1.8 billion South African rand. So I think if we had a budget like that, we would be able to implement all of the programs that we wanted. So yeah, I just wanted to add that, especially for the public's knowledge. Thank you, Speaker.
Sounds as if you've learned something. Now, there's an old saying, if you know, we talk about the costs. If you think training is expensive, consider ignorance. En daar was 'n ou van my wat gesê het, ou Jan Brandt wat gesê het, kennis is mag. Het iemand eendag daarna geluister en gesê, nee, daar is geen kennis wat nie mag is nie. Die kinders wat volgende hulle sertifikaat, kinders wat skies. Die persone wat volgende hulle diploma's gekry het, hulle het nou mag. Hulle wil daarop kapitaliseer. Dis jong mense wat geleentheid gekry het. So, die wat oor see gegaan het, ek weet wat dit beteken. Vir mense se eerste keer dat daai soort van plekke kom. So ek is bly julle gaan en ek is bly julle is veilig terug. Dankie daarvoor. Ons gaan voort. Punt nommer 8, notules van vorige vergaderings voortgelê bekragtiging. Die eerste een is die notule van 'n algemene raadsvergadering gehou op 27 Februarie. Ek het deur hulle gegaan. Ek soek 'n voorstel vir volledige en korrektheid. Nie inhoud nie, maar die volledigheid en die korrektheid daarvan. Voorsteller? Het 2 voorstelle, die burgemeester en die onderburgemeester sekondêr. Baie dankie. Die notule van die spesiale raadsvergadering gehou op 28 Maart 2025. Hy is aangeheg, bladsy 42 tot 50. Weereens, ek soek 'n voorsteller vir die korrektheid en volledigheid daarvan. Dankie, Ras Eksteen en Ras Donald. Eens die hele vergadering is so maklik. 8.3. Notule van die spesiale raadsvergadering gehou op 30 April. Aangeheg op bladsy 51 tot 57. Ek het hom deurgegaan. Ek wil weer eens net weet, is daar iemand wat wil voorstel vir die volledigheid en die korrektheid daarvan? Kansler Mokwa en burgemeester. Kansler de Boek weer het laaste bereiking bespreek. Nog? Gaan weer probeer. 8.4 Sake voortspruitend uit die notules van die raadsvergaderings. Is daar enige iemand wat uit enige van die notules iets onder ons aandag wil bring? Ja?
Speaker, in Ward 3, we received a complaint with regards to this father's shop that charges surcharges on additional items, for example, like buying electricity and airtime. So I think that's a big challenge that was raised with the Ward Committee. I just wanted to put it under the Council's attention. Thank you.
Valentine, maak het wat jy het en so. Kan ek nie, en ek dink nie dit gaan gebeur nie, maar terwille van die korrekte notulering. Onthou nie dat ons wag tot ek jou erken, dat ek jou naam kan sê, sodat hulle makliker agterna kan weet wie het wat vir ons gesê het, of geopper. En ook sekondêr, nie mekaar in die rede val nie, want dan sukkel hulle om dit op die wand te kry. Ons wil baie graag die notules so korrek as moontlik weergee. So dis nie 'n snaakste wees nie, dis net ter wille van goeie administrasie. Dankie. Ons het hom so, die Valentine het hom neergeskryf, baie dankie. So daar's geen ander sake voortspruitend nie. Dan het ons die notules van die uitvoerende burgemeesters vergaderings oor besluite die rondgeneem saam met die burgemeesterskomitee. Die eerste een is die notule van die BK vergadering op 17 Februarie. Paar maande gelede, maar is aangeheg 58 tot 87. dit is vir julle kennisname. Op rekord, natuurlijk van die 9.2, natuurlijk van die IBK-vergadering hou op 20 Mei 2025. Is ook ingebind, bladsy 88 tot 98. Ek het daar deurgegaan, ek het niks snaaks gekry nie, en dis vir kennisname. Dan die belangrike notules, punt nommer 10, van die wijkskomitee-vergaderings vir kennisname. Ek het hier al allemaal in detail gestaan, ek het baie notans gemaak, ek van niemand op spot sit nie. Ek het 3 van die komitee-vergaderings bygewoon die afgelope maand, ek van die ander 3 vergaderings volgende maand bywoon. Het julle toestemming? Ek het bywoon. Ek het baie wys geword. Ek ongelukkig die dinsdag en die woensdag het ek ander goed aangehaal, so ek het dit nie bygewoon nie. Maar wyk enige iets wat jy wil noem uit jou notule, of kan ons so aanvaar? Baie dankie, burgemeester. Wyk 2, raadsel Jantjies, enige iets wat jy wil noem onder die personeel se aandag?
Speaker, ek was so besluit. Na uitvoering gegee word.
That stands to reason. Dankie, ons neem kennis daarvan. Wyk 3, stem saam vir uitvoering. Ok, ek gaan op die einde daar iets sê. Wyk 4, raadsel Neil. Ok. By wyk 5, raadsel Eksteen.
Dieselfde as die uitvoer van plaasvind sal ontbyblou.
En wyk 6, raadsel Venus.
Opgesê word dit is klaar.
Ek het dit so gelees, ek staan daar. Ek het gesê ek gaan een kommentaar lewer daarop, en dit is, maak seker dat julle dit so notuleer, dat jy 6 maande daarna nog weet wat daar gesê is. Ek het dit in my kort kursusie wat ons gedoen het, te sê, want ek dink, as ek lees van die punte, dan is ek, gaan nou uit die pluisheid praat, dan is iemand wat praat van 'n site, ek wonder dit nie wyk 3 is nie, dat julle besluit oor 'n site, maar dit sê nie van wat nie, van een of ander iets. En ek is net bang, ekskuus tog? Ja, dis iets, wel, dit kan dit wees, maar dit is net 'n voorbeeld dat dit staan nêrens wat dit is nie, en jy weet wat die administrasie wat onder druk is doen, sê hulle wel, ons weet nie waar dit is nie, so, dit is gaan. So, notuleer dit duidelik, dat die administrasie presies weet wat verwag word, en dat ons dit dan. Maar wat ek vroeër gesê het, is ek dink ons het as raadslede om 'n tafel opsit, want julle het almal nou sê, julle wil graag hê dit uitgevoer. Dit ons nie maar om 'n tafel gaan sit en besluit hoe aan ons maak. Dit wat uitstaande is, formeel in 'n memo aan die relevante direkteure terug word. Dis my voorstel. En ek dink nie enige iemand van snaakste daarvan is ons as 'n raad kalm hier om die tafel sit, ons lys, wyk vir wyk, wat is uitstaande, en met volwassenheid, ons gaan ons nou kyk, is daar begroting, is dit regtig in nood, of wat ook al, en dan besluit ons, en dan vra ons via die MF, vir die direkteure, om ons ten minste net antwoorde te gee, dat ons net kan teruggaan, en sinvolle terugvoering vir die mense kan gee. Ek sit hier as speaker, maar ek was ook 'n wijkraadslid, so ek verstaan presies wat jy wil sê, en ek het julle in Piles baie deeglik deurgegaan toon. Verklarings en of mededelings deur die voorsitter. Ek het geen briewe van dank gekry nie. Funksies van die maand, ek weet nie of daar iets is wat ons daaroor kan reflekteer nie. Aanwys van afgevaardigdes, ek het geen kennis ontvang nie. Dringende sake die speaker voorgelê, ek het geen dringende saak nie, ek wil net graag 2 dinge noem. Die ene is dat, dink julle weet dit reeds, maar dat ons Kuipergallus Municipality bylaw on the rules of order for meetings of council and committees wat ons goedgekeur het, is deur provinsie gekies. Dis afgekondig in die kies. En dis nou 'n voorbeeld van wat ons moet doen met 'n klomp beleide. this is what we have to do with a number of our policies that we have, and some of them, and I discussed it with various senior personnel. Many of our policies is as old as 2007, 2009. We have to list those that we think needs to be reworked. And I do have one that is now, I wonder whether I brought it. Yes, I have. There's a proper policy, the bylaw on the draft bylaw on keeping and impoundment of animals was approved by council for publication and is herewith submitted for consideration by the council in terms of section 62 of the rules of order, blah, 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 blah. This now goes to province. Then it's a bylaw. But then we have to enforce the bylaw. So this one I'm sending through, came from the mayor to the speaker, and this is now going to province to be gazetted. You all participated in compiling this, so if we gazette it, then we have something that we have to enforce. And then somebody asked me to please confirm that the recess for July is starting on Friday the 4th, and we're all back Monday the 14th for those who want to plan their holidays. So it's not something that I sucked out of my tongue. It's in our year planner. So we confirm that we have those few days as a recess. Is that okay with you guys?
Just to erase any confusion, it's not this coming Monday, it's the 4th of July.
Yeah. No, I say July the 4th. The 4th of July is American Independence Day. Is that right, Amal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have nothing else. Point number 12, feedback from councillors of meetings attended. The following reports from council being noted. There's all the Salga workshops, it's all in there. Everybody received their minutes and they forwarded to our secretary, and hence it's all found in this agenda. En then I hand over to the mayor, verklarings en of mededelings die die uitvoerende burgemeester. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think at this point in time, we will be going into the items. I will be doing the budget speech before we go into the IDP and the budget itself. Honourable Speaker.
Als je een beetje de slaap was, kijk en ik dacht dat het zien tegen 6 van 4 tot 14 juli. Ik ben net in de stille op zijn elke verplichtingen. 5e, 16 juli. Kreeg ik 18 dagen. Oh, sorry, dit is June, sorry.
July.
July die reces.
Ja.
Oh ja, dat is volgende week.
Ja. Baie dankie. Dankie collega's. Burgemeester van Voortbesluit.
Baie dankie Speaker, baie dankie raadslid Niebert vir daai ligte nootjie wat ons nou gegee het. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Executive Mayor, members of the Medal Committee, councillors, municipal manager, CFO and directors, representatives of the media, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great privilege to deliver the budget speech and table the 2025-2026 budget at a total of 558 million rand. Cape Government's municipalities' largest annual budget to date. When we reflect on the 2024-2025 year, we see that the resilience of Cape Government's municipality as a centre of excellence has been constantly tested. experienced heavy rains and flooding in June 2024. Yet we remain standing. Cape Agulhas Municipality received its 11th consecutive lead audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa for the 23-24 financial year. As the Executive Mayor, I'm thrilled by these achievements. I want to thank the Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, the Municipal Manager, CFO, directors, and all our staff for their contributions to achieving these outstanding results. Speaker, on the national front, the economy is not showing any positive signs of recovery. Currently, the inflation rate is still above the Reserve Bank's preferred limits. The national fiscus is shrinking due to increased government debt, resulting in a reduction in national and provincial grants. Locally, the impact is mostly felt by the sharp increase in fuel, food, and electricity prices, among others. During challenging times such as these, we need to think out of the box while continuing to exercise fiscal discipline. As this is much needed, Cape Agulhas Municipality will this year focus on capital infrastructure. As it will be seen that 89% of our total capital budget will be spent on infrastructure. This will create jobs as well as much needed infrastructure development within the borders of our municipality. Our main objective is to deliver excellent and affordable services to all our residents. Speaker, we have a big problem in terms of vandalism and theft of municipal infrastructure. And assets are rapidly increasing in certain areas, especially our facilities and buildings. Our facilities division repairs damages on infrastructure on an ongoing basis. While the municipality is making great strides, we appeal to our residents to report any form of vandalism to our 24-hour WhatsApp line. 082 457 1774. I'm going to repeat that number. 082 457 1774. So if any of our residents know of any vandalism that occurred, you can anonymously contact that number on WhatsApp. The draft integrated development plan, the IDP, the budget-related policies, and draft tariffs were tabled at Council on the 28th of March 2025 in the proof for public participation. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Cape Agulhas Municipality, we successfully hosted Masakani campaigns in all towns throughout the borders of Cape Agulhas. These campaigns were to educate our community on how the application processes for Masakani should be conducted and what information is needed to successfully apply for Masakani. I can say, Speaker, that the communities, they gave great feedback. And now I have the knowledge to ensure on how this process works. We do, however, encourage all our residents who fall within the parameters of the municipality qualification criteria to visit our offices and apply. This is an ongoing process and can be done throughout the year. The draft budget IDP will advertise for community input. Communities were notified of these engagements through various channels, including newspaper advertisements, pamphlet distribution, Facebook, the municipal website, and via ward councillors. The 6 wards were clustered into 11 divisions. Sessions that were held over 3 weeks from the 7th to the 24th April 2025. Written comments were received from the provincial IDP and budget assessment team and the community on the draft budget and IDP. All comments submitted were scrutinized and considered. Detailed feedback on the budget, the tariffs, and budget-related policy comments is attached to the budget item as annexure. South Africa's economy narrowly avoided a technical recession after shrinking by minus 0.3% in the third quarter of 2024 and growing by a mere margin of 0.6% the fourth quarter. For 2024 as a whole, the country's economy recorded a modest growth of 0.6% on the back rising food and fuel prices and the impact of Russia, Ukraine, and Israel-Palestine wars, among others. The South African economy remains under strain, while real GDP growth forecasts at 1.7% in 2025 and 1.8% in 2026. Cape Agulhas did not escape these outcomes, as heard from above. In 2023, Cape Agulhas exported products to the value of 136.7 million rand and imported goods worth 287.1 million rand, resulting in a trade deficit of 150.4 million rand. The municipal area has recorded a worsening trade deficit, which declined by 17.7% in 2023. The growth of agriculture, forestry, and fishery exports has not been strong enough to offset a rapid decline in manufacturing exports since 2020. As a result, the municipality on its own also suffered severely with regard to debt collection, whereby it declined from 95% in 2023 to 91% at the end of 2024. This brings a huge strain on the cash flow of the municipality. This could be seen whereby the municipality started the 24-25 financial year with a decline in 80 million rand in projected cash flow. Now, Speaker, the council had to cut the capital budget by 17 million rand because of the decline in our cash position. Council had to take this very difficult decision to make sure that our municipality will deliver optimal services to our community and top up our reserves for future utilization. Therefore, the negative of this is that we could not implement the capital budget that was initially intended as a budget approved at the end of March 2025. Otherwise, we would have approved an unfunded budget as stipulated by our oversight body, Provincial Treasury. We are currently busy with a recovery plan to restore cash flow, and we need each and every member of the community, councillors, and staff support to reach this milestone. Speaker, the proposed budget for the 2025-2026 financial year amounts to 578 million rand, comprising a 536 billion rand operating budget and a 41 million rand capital budget. No new external loans will be taken up to fund the capital budgets, capital projects. This will ensure that our current gearing ratio decreased to below 10% in 2025-2026 and to an estimated 3% in the 2027-2028 financial year, which is well below the national norm of 45%. I will summarize the budget in terms of the following. Expanded Public Works Program, as we all know it, EBWP. Water and sanitation, electricity, waste management, roads and stormwater, sports facilities, parks and cemeteries, tourism, public safety, community development, financial assistance to the poor, new tariffs, and concluding remarks. Speaker, it is important that we create job opportunities in a fair and transparent manner. In this regard, the EPWP policy and procedures ensure that recruitment, selection, and contract administration are correctly implemented. Our performance for the 24-25 financial year, we achieved 478 work opportunities and 115 full-time equivalents against targets we received of 268 work opportunities, 91 full-time equivalents. Our targets for the financial year 2025-2026 are 274 work opportunities, 93 full-time equivalents, what we need to achieve in the new financial year. We are currently in the first quarter of the government financial year in terms of reporting work opportunities. And our performance is standing on 84 work opportunities and 5 full-time equivalents. The information will change after EPWP payments are made to the month when we update information in our reporting system. The budget allocation for EPWP for the 25-26 financial year makes provision for approximately 367 job opportunities at an estimated cost of 3.8 million rand. The National Department of Transport and Public Works, EPWP, contributes 1.7 million rand, while Cape Agulhas contributes 2.1 million rand to these opportunities. The program will primarily focus on the following projects: solid waste, refuse removal and cleaning projects, which include refuse machine handler training. Parks, ensuring that our public open areas and road verges are well maintained. Community facilities and services such as the cemeteries, community buildings, resorts, parks, and grass cutting. Public safety projects such as peace officers, Speaker, one of national government's mandates is to provide housing opportunities to all South African citizens. The inability to fulfill this mandate has forced Cape Agulhas municipality to focus on the management of urbanization, to manage the growing demand and the need for adequate housing opportunities in our municipal area. We have listened to our residents, and we are reorganizing our approach, resources, and focus. Cape Agulhas municipality's urbanization and human settlement challenges are enormous. Our backyard dwellers are rising, not only on private premises, but also at our rental stock units. I know this will take time as well as additional resources, but it is an important process that needs to take place. National housing legislation prescribes that the municipality must perform this function on behalf of national government with financial assistance from the National Fiscus. In this regard, a grant allocation of 8.36 million rand has been gazetted for Cape Agulhas municipality for the 25-26 financial year, of which the bulk of funds will be used to service sites at Struisbaai Blompark and Appear R513, and the balance to undertake further planning at Struisbaai Site 8. Currently, Cape Agulhas has 2 projects that is being funded by the Human Settlements Development Grants. One in Napier and one in Struisbaai. And 2 projects that is funded by the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnerships Grant, one in Napier and one in Struisbaai. Water and sanitation. One of the basic services that Cape Agulhas municipality is obligated to provide is clean drinking water and sanitation. We are budgeting 8.03 million rand for these 3 services, which will include the following: Upgrading of filters at water treatment plant, Bredasdorp, 716,000 rand. Napier water augmentation, 730,000 rand. Equipping of boreholes, 480,000 rand. Replacing of isolating and control valves, 340,000 rand. Napier reservoir capacity augmentation, 931,000 rand. Struisbaai relay gravity sewer on Ooster Avenue, 424,000 rand. Bredasdorp sewage overflow, 112 Park Street, 175,000 rand. Struisbaai construction, new manhole, 3198 Santi Street, 90,000 rand. Informal toilet structures, 1 million rand. New conservancy tanker, Struisbaai Skilpoek, 170,000 rand. Upgrade of Bredasdorp wastewater treatment works, 637,000 rand and 4.7 million rand in 2026-2027. Rehabilitation of Struisbaai wastewater treatment works, 680,000 rand. Electricity. The 2025-2026 budget makes provision for 7.1 million rand to cater in the area for the following electricity infrastructure projects. Replace old tools, 50,000 rand. Pumper machine, 250,000 rand. Install additional mini subs and ringman units, 1.4 million rand. Replace medium low voltage overhead lines, 850,000 rand. Upgrade of MB substation fencing, 623,000 rand. Electrical infrastructure upgrade program, which will include electrification of informal settlements, 2.6 million rand. Office upgrade electrical stores, 1.2 million rand. Wastewater, waste management. Speaker, waste management remains one of our biggest challenges in Cape Agulhas, the district and the province. We need our residents to take ownership of the environment and work together with the municipality to keep it clean. Only then will we win the war against waste. Several initiatives are being planned for this financial year to reduce and control illegal dumping and to ensure a clean, beautiful and healthy Cape Agulhas for all. The following initiatives will be implemented. We will continue and increase the placing and servicing of skips in hotspot areas. We will continue to utilize EBWP workers to clean specific problem areas on a scheduled basis, and the following provision has been made for waste management projects in the 2025-2026 financial year. 250,000 rand for purchasing wheelie bins to ensure that a higher number of formalized areas upgrade to our land sites. If we come to roads and stormwater, a well-developed and maintained integrated road network is of utmost importance. Therefore, the maintenance of roads and stormwater infrastructure is a focus area, and we have provided 16.1 million rand for the 2025-2026 financial year. The following provisions have been made for road and stormwater projects in the 2025-2026 financial year. Irish Street Pond, 1.5 million rand. Resealing of roads, 13.3 million rand. Construction of stormwater channels, All Saints Street, Bond Street, 700,000 rand. Upgrading of informal road, Ward 3, 500,000 rand. And stormwater Wessel Street, 1.5 million rand. Rehabilitation of roads, Neverus Napier, 11.5 million rand. That comes from WIC funding. Speaker, the infrastructure for sport parks and cemeteries is also an important focus area in our IDP, and we have provided 1.28 million rand for this purpose in the 2025-2026 financial year. The main capital project includes fencing of Glaskasteel, 1 million rand. Beautification of Bredasdorp Cemetery, 250,000 rand. And the safeguarding and maintenance of all our current cemeteries and related infrastructure is a big focal point that will receive the necessary attention in the new financial year. A focus plan will be compiled and implemented to ensure that our loved ones rest in dignity. Speaker, when it comes to tourism, tourism remains a cornerstone of economic development within Cape Agulhas municipal area. Driving job creation, investment and cultural exchange. Over the past 4 years, we have witnessed remarkable growth in visitor numbers, enforcing our regional status as a premier destination. From 2021 to 2024, tourism statistics reflect a steady upward trajectory. 2021, despite global challenges, Cape Agulhas welcomed a resilient number of visitors, laying the foundation for recovery. 2022, a significant increase in domestic international tourists, fueled by targeted marketing campaigns and improved infrastructure. 2023, record-breaking foot traffic at key attractions, including the Cape Agulhas Lighthouse, with the 5.1 year-on-year growth. 2024, continued expansion with regional attractions, collectively drawing nearly 20,000 visitors, demonstrating sustained interest and economic impact. This budget prioritizes further investment in tourism marketing with the intention of increasing visitors' interest. Digital marketing initiatives and strategic partnerships will also increase to promote Cape Agulhas domestically and globally. As we chart the course for sustainable growth and prosperity, the municipality is embarking on a comprehensive local economic development LED and tourism strategy. To unlock new opportunities, drive investment, and enhance the economic vitality of our region. This strategy is designed to strengthen our local economy by fostering entrepreneurship, supporting small businesses, and creating an environment where innovation thrives. The targeted initiatives aim to empower local enterprises, attract investors, and ensure that economic benefits are shared equitably among all residents. Tourism remains a key pillar of our economic framework, and this strategy will focus on enhancing our tourism offerings, improving infrastructure, and promoting Cape Agulhas as a premier destination. By investing in marketing campaigns, preserving our natural and cultural heritage, we will position our municipality as a multi-visited location for domestic and international travelers. With this LED and tourism strategy, we reaffirm our commitment to economic resilience, job creation, and sustainable development. This budget stands as testament to our vision for a thriving municipality, one that embraces innovation, celebrates its heritage, and builds a prosperous future for all. Speaker, in our ongoing commitment to ensuring the safety and security of all residents, this budget prioritizes measures that will recalibrate our approach to community protection and law enforcement. Central to this is the revitalized Community Safety Forum, designed to enhance collaboration and strategic planning across multiple disciplines. This newly structured forum consists of three crucial clusters. The law enforcement cluster, dedicated to strengthening policing efforts, enforcing municipal regulations, and ensuring visible security presence in our communities. The social cohesion cluster, which fosters community engagement, mediation, and intervention strategies aimed at reducing social conflict and promoting unity. The urban design cluster, focused on creating safer public spaces through effective infrastructure planning, improved lighting, and strategic spatial development. A technological framework designed to enhance monitoring and enforcement of traffic laws. This initiative is specifically tailored to address speed violations, reduce road accidents, and improve overall traffic safety for residents and commuters. Moreover, our protection services personnel are undergoing a dynamic rejuvenation program, equipping them with the necessary tools, training, and support to effectively enforce the law. These dedicated professionals will be instrumental in maintaining order on our streets, responding swiftly to incidents, and ensuring compliance with traffic regulations. Through these bold measures, we affirm our commitment to making our camps safer, more secure, and better organized for all. A safer town is a thriving town. And this budget stands as a testament to our dedication in safeguarding our communities and advancing progress. Speaker, when it comes to community development, the budget affirms a commitment to uplifting and empowering the people of Cape Agulhas. Social and human development remains an integral part of our vision. The municipality is forever reliant on partnerships, collaborations with NGOs, and community-based organizations, given the budget constraints that we are currently facing. Our goal is to strengthen social development through the solid partnerships we foster. Speaker, our monthly Section 71 report as of April 2025 shows that we had 2,918 indigenous households are now indigenous registered. Additionally, we provide indigenous benefits to 90 households in informal settlements and 163 households in Elim. A total number of 3,171 households in Cape Agulhas receive financial assistance from Cape Agulhas municipality. A total of 791,000 rand was spent on indigenous benefits at the beginning of the current financial year, July 2024. To assist the poorest of the poor, as on 30 April 2025, the indigenous benefit total increased to 1 million rand. For the financial year until 30th of April 2024, an amount of 2 million rand outstanding indigenous debt was written off for the months of February and April 2025. In ongoing effort to assist the most vulnerable, it must be mentioned that Cape Agulhas indigenous support is more than the national norm and significantly higher than that of our neighboring municipalities. The threshold at current is 7.7 7,790,000 to qualify, 7,790 to qualify for the rebate, sorry. Our indigenous support policy makes provision for the following benefits: 6 kiloliters of water every month, 50 electricity units on prepaid meters, and a rand value of 100 rand and 91 cents on conventional electricity meters every month. 100% to 50% rebate on refuse removal basic charge, 100% to 50% rebate on basic sewage charge. Furthermore, the municipality also provides free basic services in informal settlements in the form of water, sanitation, refuse removal, and electricity units. We can now want to touch on the new tariffs as for 25-26. I want to assure Council that robust internal, external financial discussions took place, as well as benchmarking exercises with neighboring municipalities to ensure that we implement fair and affordable tariffs. Before I deal with tariffs, it is important to understand our proposed tariffs in the context of the national inflation rate, the CPI, and the municipal inflation rate. Municipal inflation rate is affected by factors such as the cost of electricity, fuel, materials, equipment, and more. For example, the cost increase of electricity is 11.32%, while petrol and diesel costs increase respectively by 27.7% and 51.4%. The estimated municipal inflation rate is between 10% and 15%. The proposed tariffs increases for the 2025 financial year are as follows. Water and sanitation, 6.5%. Refuse removal, 11%. Property rate, 4.4%. Electricity, 11.32%. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our ratepayers for honoring their commitments and paying their municipal accounts. The quality of services we render is not possible thanks to the cooperation of our community. In conclusion, Speaker, I want to say, building on our successes of the past 5 years, the proposed final budget focuses on enabling economic development to help stimulate job creation, alleviate poverty, and improve people's lives while maintaining financial stability. We want to grow Cape Agulhas as a thriving and highly efficient municipality where our people can live, work, and play. Cape Agulhas municipality's vision and strategic objectives are aligned to the national, provincial, and district strategic objectives and outcomes. The proposed final budget, aligned with the IDP and SDF, is based on realistic revenue streams. It's credible and sustainable, as confirmed by the assessment report from provincial government. Speaker, unfortunately, fraud and corruption are corrosive forces that undermine public trust, weaken governance, and hinder economic and social development. When these unethical practices infiltrate institutions, they erode the integrity of public service, misdirect valuable resources, and breed inequality. For these reasons, Cape Agulhas municipality firmly declares its zero tolerance stance toward fraud and corruption, committing to uphold transparency, accountability, and ethical governance in all its operations. As you well know, we were bombarded with alleged fraud and corruption that happened in the municipality in the last 2 weeks. This hampered our reputation and eroded the trust our communities had in the municipality. We want to assure the public and other stakeholders that the municipality is determined to lead with integrity and act decisively against wrongdoing and build a transparent administration that earns and maintains public trust. Together with the community, it will work to create a government that is honest, responsive, and committed to serving the best interest of all residents. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Executive Deputy Mayor, MMCs, councillors, Municipal Manager, CFO, Executive Directors, and all staff who played a role, and also yourself, Speaker, a role in compiling this budget. Speaker, with these remarks, I table the 2025-26 budget. Now the Deputy Executive Mayor Councillor, Karen Donald, will now formally deal with the budget items itself. I thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We take note of budget speech. Wouldn't it be feasible now to ask the
I just think
okay. Wouldn't it be feasible now to go through the IDP and then we debate the budget and everybody can comment and we we have a debate on the budget. Would you then, at that stage, want to introduce the budget? And not now. So we take the note. Is that, CFO, you happy with that too?
Happy, thank you, Speaker.
Dankie, ons president so. Ek gaan nou oorgee vir die MM, maar ek het net vir julle die goeie nuus ook. Mag ek goeie nuus deel? Liewe spreker. So, ja. Die Suideroordse mevrou Kobie Olief stuur vir ons pudding. 25 puddings. 10 vir u voor en die res daar. So, vergun my dan nou net om vir haar en die Suideroord te sê baie dankie. Ons glo ons gaan dit geniet. Want ek dink nie ons begroting laat toe dat ons vandag gaan eet nie. So ons het daarom pudding. Dankie collega's, ek gee oor vir die MM.
Speaker baie dankie. To deal with the items, the first item is the final amendments to the 5-year integrated development plan for Cape Agulhas municipality for the 25-26 financial year. I think councillors would remember that there was an item in a memo that was brought in by Alderman Derek Berger at the council meeting on the 28th of March, which introduced an amendment to the IDP. The amendment was mostly as a result of the macro organogram that was reviewed and also restructured, and that triggered an amendment, and that is why the councillors have received the documentation of the IDP, and that is the management recommendation is on page 8. And that is that the final IDP, it went out for public participation. There were a few comments. The comments were incorporated into the final version, which councillors have received. And currently, there's the management recommendation that the final IDP review and amendments for the 25-26 financial year be approved.
Councillors, can we approve it or comments? Councillor Monawas first. Thank you.
Now let him go.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I've got a little bit of concern with regards to the correctness of especially the 25-26 amendment. Because with the significant budget cuts, we had IDP engagement in Imbizo's with the community, and it happened on the 24th of April. And we know that in May, we still had workshop with regards to the budget. So my question is, were those comments considered with regards to this budget that we are going to approve today? Because I know the public are watching and they say we submitted certain things, but with regards to the certain budget cuts that we have, will those things still be funded or not? And that is the concern that I have, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, possibly.
I can respond. Thank you, Councillor. I think most of the comments that were solicited from members of the public and throughout the Imbizo's related to the budget. And that is currently the few comments that were received in terms of the IDP. That has been incorporated within the final document, and that is why we put it up.
Thank you very much. I think I'm partly covered by my colleague, part of our focus as ANC. Speaker, I think so much has been said and so much has been drafted in order for us and in the public to know. Raising, even bring the IDP in front of us, some of them, there's some projects that has been there for more than 10 years, and some of them are still maybe dormant, which become very serious. I think if you look at on page, I think on page 40, I think it's part of the document that's presented even to us. The lack of the staff morale, all that stuff, in order to implement all the things, all the things been addressed. So, and also the issue of the synergy even between the directors. So I think those are the issues. If we have the budget now, say it's going to be implemented, and how long should we even address this issue? even to you, Mayor, so that the issues that been brought even forward can be looked at, so that even the employees should even do what they're supposed to do, because they're not directed in terms of the leadership. So, and also the backlog of the project, that is master plan that's been there, remain dormant, because it's good to have the document in front of us, but the implementation part is always the challenge. So for us, say maybe the quality of the document is fine, but at the same time, how do we address even the weakness that we find? How do we come up with this maybe the plan? What should we do now? It's good to submit even the budget because it's part of the compliance that we have. But at the same time, do we have the leadership to implement what we have? What do we do? Because it's very difficult for us that say, no, it's fine, that may be a job to implement the budget in front of us and to comply. But at the same time, the project, the information purposes. So the people are waiting for us to do what we're supposed to. Because I don't want to be part of the failures because the failure of the leadership. So that I was there at the same time. I need to account the constituency that I've been elected for and also the party. So more or less, we don't even support because there's no measure in place how to implement it. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone to comment, or can I respond? Or can I respond to saying that bring those comments to our meeting that we're going to have as councillors next week, and we thrash it out. But point made, point taken. Thank you. Can we carry on with the budget now? Councillor Jantjies? Yeah.
We can just get a proposal and a second for the IDP.
Yes.
Then we go into the budget.
Ja, nee,
Ja.
speaker, ek wil net gesê dat ek vind van het is budget dat ons net overkom.
Ja.
Overkom. Is nie IDP
Ja.
so. Dit is
Yeah. So, a proposal for the IDP. Thank you, Councillor Donald.
I'd like to propose that we accept it because on page 40, I see strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So I do see things which address some of the weaknesses, and I look forward to the workshop with thrash it out. So
Yeah.
I propose we accept it.
Thank you. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. There's no counter proposal, then it seems just an anonymous acceptance of the business.
Sorry, what did I miss now?
Maybe for us, as the ANC, we don't even abstain, we don't support.
Okay.
The IDP.
The IDP. Okay. All right. And sorry.
Thank you. 14.2 is to do with the tabling of the final budget for the 25-26 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for Cape Agulhas municipality, and obviously for the 3-year MTREF period, but this is for the 25-26 financial year. So I'll immediately give over to the CFO. I know there was a very elaborate and very comprehensive budget speech. So if there's anything you MMC Finance Councillor Donald want to raise before we go into the debate in terms of the budget.
Thank you, MM, and thank you, Honourable Mayor, for an in-depth and comprehensive report. Colleagues, councillors and residents, before we delve into the numbers, I want to place on record from the bottom of my heart and my most sincerest appreciation to the Finance Department for their tireless work in drafting the budget under difficult economic conditions, for their visibility presence at all 11 sessions, Imbizo sessions, where they patiently fielded questions and presented complex information in plain language. I want to acknowledge the public participation team, and I want to acknowledge Joanne Johnson for his patience and presence at each and every Imbizo. Your commitment to the reason Cape Agulhas continues to set the benchmark for clean, transparent audits and financial management. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our CFO, Mr. Werner Jonker, who will walk us through the detailed assumptions. Mr. Jonker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think the Mayor did do, I think, a thorough depth of the budget. But what I would like to say is, I think one of the comments was of one of the when we presented the budget to the communities within the Imbizos, and afterwards we had to, in May, we still had our workshop as council to as councillors to make sure that this budget is funded, in a sense that the reason for that was just that if we presented the budget and we approved the budget as such, I think the Mayor alluded in his speech that that would have been an unfunded budget. And we as a council had to make serious decisions to make sure that we have a budget that's funded and still can start with a process in terms of the service delivery that we are embarking on, especially in the capital front. So I think the colleagues went back and they vigorously looked in it, and they said that this probably, if we put the budget in that way, we will have we can then be certain of a certain delivery of a service that can be good to our communities. So we have, as a council, to make the decision as saying that we are in a position cash-wise where we are now have to build towards where we want to be. We are not where the coffers of this municipality is now up to the duck. So to the roof. We don't have the money. We just have enough to make sure that this budget would be delivered to the community we serve. So, and I think Councillor Neer also asked, or no, Councillor Bokutwan asked, how are we going to do it? How we going to do it is this budget that we put in place. If we follow this budget, I can be certain to tell you that our financial position and our cash positions especially would grow, because this budget was cut operationally and capitally to make sure that we can go forward as Cape Agulhas and not oor agteruit soos in Afrikaans sal sê. Thank you. Thank you.
So Speaker, obviously there are questions, comments from councillors, so you've been welcome to raise this.
Or do you want to accept?
Speaker, I just have a question with regards to the CFO on page 22 with regards to the bulk purchase of electricity. I remember in the previous financial year, we had an issue where we budgeted for a tariff at 11%, but then later in the year, Eskom came back and said, listen, there was an increase. And actually, there was a significant revenue loss because of that. And I still see that it's still the same on page 23. Maybe the CFO can just explain with regards to why that increase was not added to that, because at the end of the day, we are then collecting not at the rate that we should be collecting. And obviously, that has got a big impact on our revenue stream. And of course, and I think that's a very, very important thing. I know the mini community, is struggling, but obviously at the end of the day, we are also losing money, which have a big effect in terms of service delivery. So maybe the CFO can just explain to us in terms of why that tariff hasn't changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, for us to, I reckon that you are talking about the bulk purchase line on the A4, there, and I think it's about 141 million. So, Chair, what we anticipated that how we anticipated the increase and how we anticipated the budget is that we projected, this is projections, we projected that in the current spending of this financial year and how it has been spent throughout this financial year, we projected that when it comes to next year, we would be in line to make sure that that figure is going to be, with the increase, going to be enough. So when the anticipation on the 23-24 budget, there it could be that there was a little bit of over budgeting, so that means we were safe that we will make the cut in terms of at the end of the financial year. But when you look at real actual spending that we did now, is from I think up to end of April for 2025, we anticipated that 141 as it stated there in the budget will be enough for us to fund the bulk purchases for this financial year. Thank you.
Okay, maybe CFO, can you maybe just explain to us in rand value in terms of, just to say that you're overestimated, estimated. So how much would we then lose in this financial year because we didn't add that increase into this financial year, coming financial year?
Chair, I don't think, are you talking about the revenue or are you talking about the expenses, Councillor? But remember when you decrease, when you decrease revenue, expenditure, there's no deficit. We're actually getting more money. You see, so that's so we're not going to lose if I understand your question correctly, because the expenditure went down, or expenditure remain constant in a sense that we won't be overcharging our community this financial, the 25-26.
Okay, and just for another follow-up question, sorry, Speaker, then how will that impact the taxpayer in the upcoming financial, which will be the 26-27 financial year? Because obviously those costs will have to be transferred over to the out years.
So come 26-27, we will, when we sit here next year in this meeting, we would have done the same, Councillor, where we will look at the expenditure for this financial year, the 20. I would say, if I say the 25-26 financial year, and then we were going to make an actual prediction, if I can say that. It's contradicting, but it's actual prediction. That means we look at what was physically spent within a financial year and make that prediction on top of and see if we will make it. This financial year, we are, how can I say it? We budgeted to the bone, if I can say that. So that means next year, there won't be like a buffer that we had when we come from 23 to 24. So we will make sure that is also funded in terms of what NERSA is going to give us. Thank you.
Speaker, ek wil net vir die CFO hy net vir my verduidelik. As ek byvoorbeeld hierdie maand agterstallig is en my rekening is R100, hoeveel rente sit hulle daarby? Ek kan net, want ek is 'n bietjie confused. As die R100 is miskien 'n makliker syfer vir jou om mee te werk.
Speaker, dankie. Ons gebruik ons stelsel is geprogrammeer met die CPI rentekoers. So hy wissel ons nommer, soos die rente op en af. So dit is nie konstant nie. So dit beteken hy wissel so, maar as ek dit nou reg het,
ons maak dit maklik, sê dit is 10% nou. Hoeveel moet ek dan betaal as my rekening
R100, R110.
Presies.
Dat 10% is R110.
Speaker, Ek sien 'n paar spooksyfers in ons begroting. Dis een van die spooksyfers. Ek wil vir u vertel wat jare gelede met my gebeur het en dis hoekom ek R100 sê. Dit was 'n kiesjie op daardie tyd. Dan kan jy self weet hoeveel jaar gelede het ek my rekening laat betaal. By die kessels hier. Nee, ek het kom betaal. Dat was R100. Sê hulle my nie, maar dit is R110. Is dit reg? Het hulle reg gesê? Hulle is fair van reg meneer. Dat ek vir u sê, en ek het gesê, ga hoe by CFO. En hy het my dieselfde gesê as wat die jonker sê. Daai 10 jaar, nie vir 'n maand nie. En dit is waar al die mense aangeloop word, hier in Kaapstad, en dit is onaanvaarbaar. Daai 10% is vir 'n jaar en nie vir 'n maand nie. Die rentekoers wat ons nou betaal, wat aangekondig is nie vir 'n maand, is vir 'n jaar. Dis oor 'n jaar. Dit is een van die goed wat ons moet regstel, want ons loop die belastingbetalers in na my wat agterstallige rekening en wat rente betaal op. Dit wil ek net doen, dit is in ons begroting. En dan nog iets is wat in ons diensorganisasies op hulle rekeninge, die 20%. Waar wys dit op die mense se rekening? Daar word niks gewys. Dit is besluite wat ons hier neem, maar dit word net op boeksyfers, maar dit word nooit oorgedra aan die gemeenskap, aan die kerke, aan die kresse, aan die ander diensorganisasies. Ons mislei die mense daarmee. Dit is dieselfde soos by die Masakani, wanneer ons goed afskrywe, besluite neem in die Masakani en dit gaan raad toe, en die raad keer het goed, maar dit word nooit geïmplementeer nie. Die goed word nooit geïmplementeer nie. So, mense, ek wil hê, ons moet nie die spooksyfers vir ons gemeenskap aan buite kan. As ons goed besluit, dan moet ons dit uitvoer. Maar die rente en ook die korting, die mense kry het nie. Dankie, ek gaan eers stop daarmee. Maar dan wil ek terwyl ek praat oor die begroting, as René het nou nie weer sy punt aangehaal nie. En hy het 'n baie belangrike punt, en ek wil dit genoem het, want dit is iets wat vir my opgeval het in die begroting van die burgemeester is. En dit is so, ek meen, ek is een dat die begroting ondersteun, maar jy kan nie doen wat hulle met geld by het. Maar ons moet ook weet wat ons vir die mense daar buite kan sê, by die begrotings. En ek het dit onmiddellik een punt opgetel, en ek was die in by Therese sy impisos en begrotingsvergadering sien. So ek weet nie wat hulle besluit het daar oor die paaie in die informele gebied nie. Jy weet, dit is iets wat lankal kom, en ek gesien, ons het R500,000 begroot. Die verlede jaar het ons vir die VAGCA miljoen, vir die VAGCA miljoen. En hier vir mense wat in haglike omstandighede lewe, dit is al probleem wat ek met die begroting het. Die 500,000 wat ons vir mense en die miljoen wat ons vir die VAGCA verlede jaar begroot het. Dankie.
CFO, kan jy reageer op daai aanvalle?
Dankie, speaker. Speaker, ek wil net vir Rasler Jantjies net sê dat die rentes wat alhoewel die korrek is dat rente die syfer wat aangekondig word vir verbruikersprysindeks is 'n jaarsyfer. Maar op die einde van die dag, as jy 'n staande bedrag het, maar met die persentasie gedeel deur 12 om dit maandeliks te kry. So die syfertjie wat u op die 10 rand, kom ons sê by die 10 rand. Die rekening is vandag R100. Dis nie vir u rekening is nie vir die jaar R100. Die rekening is vir die dag, vir hierdie maand. Dit word daai 10%, 0% word daar vermenigvuldig gedeel deur 12 om dit 'n maand syfer te wys. So dit is hoekom ons sê dat dit is nie dit is die syfers wat daar is jaarsyfers wat ons opgetel het in terme van maar nie waar 'n rekening op die rekening op die maand. Die die informele settings, ek dink die begroting is die dag toe ons klaar is in my man se vergadering wat ons almal hier was. Dis presies hoe die begroting vandag lyk. Voor die 500.000 rand, dit staan nog daar. Maar ek praat onder korreksie, ek dink die 500.000 rand is ook, as in die buitejare ook gebegroot. Natuurlik, ek dink seker is reg, waar ons ook aan dit gaan werk. So dit is, ek wil graag dit weer sê, dat ja, raas die begroting is klein. Begroting is, maar die rede hoekom ons hierdie klein begroting gebring het, is om vir ons die kans te gee om ons kontantvloeie te verbeter. So jy moet dit onthou. Alhoewel ons verander het, wat u reg is, en ek dink julle slaan nie spyker op die kop, dat ons drasties moes afgaan. Maar dit is net dat ons munisipaliteit asseblief kan red. En dit is waaroor ons te doen. En nie omdat ons maar syfers wil verander, maar omdat ons voel. So dit was die rede, dit was die beweegrede, en dit was ook wat ek vir die raad reeds altyd gesê het hier in ons besluitnemings en in ons verduidelikings aan julle en alles. So dit is hoekom hy daar is, maar om die antwoord raadheer Jantjies is dat die 500 is nog daar en hy beweeg na die volgende 5 jaar.
Ek wil nie enige kommentaar lewer, maar net om my bekommernis te stel. Hier sit die voorsitter van Masakani. Dis goed wat ek en Masakani opgetel het. Dit is die rede hoekom ek dit nou eers oprig. As die voorsitter, daai arm mense, dit was in die laaste Masakani vergadering. Se rente, ons kan die boek bring. Om het te staaf om vir julle te wys. So dit is nie goed wat ek in die day mee en dan sal ek lyk om te antwoord oor die 20% korting antwoord kry net daaroor van die verskillende diensorganisasies. Wat in die besluit is, en die begroting waar nooit uitgevoer word. Dit was so 'n maand of 2 uitgevoer, dat weet ek ook. Maar ons het gevra daarvoor. Maar toe dit gestop weer.
Speaker, ja, dankie. Ek sal oor die tariewe. Ek sal die 20% is behoort nog daar te wees. So ek gaan net wat ek wil sê is ons sal definitief nou met die organisasies in verbinding tree. Ek weet vir 'n feit toe ons die tariewe doen, het dit gewys dat ons het gesê al die kortings en al die goedes bly eintlik presies dieselfde soos wat dit in die vorige jaar was. So as u dit vir ons sê, Raser Jantjies, dan sal ek dit definitief opvolg en seker maak dat die mense hulle goed kry wat dit moet kry. Dit sal ek dit verseker ek vir. Ja, dit sal ek definitief verseker. Ja.
Ek sal twee diensorganisasies se rekenings bring. Ek kan nie eerlik kyk of hulle die korting kry.
Ja, ek sal definitief.
Laat ons dat in die begroting weet en dit ook ingevul.
Ek stem 100% saam met u en dit sal definitief aan.
Dit word so genoteer. Goed, ja.
Thank you very much, CFO. I just wanted to know that I see that the 4.4 increase for this 4.4 rates for residential tax, but it hasn't also increased last year, also not increasing this year. I just want to know what the reason was behind that. And Maya, you spoke a lot about youth development, youth participation. I just wanted to find out how much is actually budgeted for youth development in Cape Coast. Thank you.
It's 19.
Page? It's 19.
But remains the same last year. It also hasn't increased this year. Is there a specific reason for that? Because obviously no speaker that that's where we get the bulk of our money from. Because the reason why I'm asking this question, Speaker, is because we are struggling here to get funding and to get money in order to bring services to the community. So I mean, like if we didn't do our homework, you know, what else do we have a challenge with? Because if you look through the documents, those are you can clearly see that this is where we actually get our revenue from. So I just wanted to find out what was the reason for not increasing the tariffs, and also how much was budgeted for youth development in terms of, because we just heard in the mayor's budget speech how much we care about young people in Cape Agalas and how we're going to look after young people. So I would just like for the public to know how much was budgeted for youth development. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think when we started with the process, actually in the draft budget, we gave the tariff increases to everyone, where we say that I think when you saw the tariff increases, we wanted to create a balance, because one is that you see the steep increase in electricity, you will see the steep increase in refuse removal, and a little bit above inflation for water and all those things. So we didn't want to pressure the people that have their houses and property, to make sure that also is not what do I call it, increased significantly. Our main income source in terms of services is electricity, but even though with that it is going to be strain on the people with that steep increase that is announced. So that was the reason, Councillor, why we kept it the same. Not to put a strain on people, because of the fact that we did a huge increase on the other type of services which we render. In terms of youth development, I must now make. Will you give me time to look at it quickly, or must I give it out of my head? I have no idea in terms of out of my head now.
Chair, I can respond.
Please do.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, so in respect of youth development, you will not see it as a separate line item on the budget. There is one line item called youth. However, under socio-economic development, the youth programs are cross-cutting across sport, across human development, and across LED and tourism. So you would have to look at the collective budget. So for example, under sport projects, we've got 300,000. Under social development, we've got 280,000. And then we've got the feeding schemes, but also under your LED, there are line item budget allocations under LED. And as I'm saying, youth is cross-cutting. It is not one specific line item on the budget, as the programs then would impact and advance the issues of youth. Thanks, Chair.
Speaker, thank you. I think when I spoke about youth projects and I spoke about youth participation, it was very imperative that, yes, we needed to budget for it, but we also needed stakeholders and partnerships within youth development and youth democracy. And we also need external funding to assist in this cause. And I thank Councillor Renier Lau for raising that point, and I hope he will be our champion in sourcing external funding in terms of this project. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker, I just wanted to thank you very much, Director, for that question. And I think, Speaker, it speaks directly to the issue of why young people are not participating in local government. There's nothing for them. The program that there are it's very little. And I think with our trip to Sweden, we saw one thing: arts and culture activities, leisure. These are the activities that gets young people involved in democratic processes, and then they will participate. And now that's a challenge that we're sitting. We see more young people dying due to substance abuse and alcohol abuse, because there's nothing for them to do. And I say thank you very much to the director for saying that, but we've got a youth council. I would have loved to see a specific budget that speaks to the young people, youth council, that do their own programs. And another thing is that we have a department, our local economic development department, that is responsible for driving these initiatives. And so far we haven't seen anything, because I'm not the champion. They are the champion mayor who was appointed in to ensure that we see youth development programs happening within Cape Agulhas. And that's my thing, as we have the best documents, we talk the talk, but when it comes to the implementation, unfortunately, there's nothing for our young people. And if we continue with this line, Speaker, we're not going to have young people participating, and we can already see it. The destruction, in terms of the vandalism that you mentioned, it's one of the things, because they feel like they are not being part of the decision-making processes, because there's nothing for them with regards to this budget. I just want to thank you for that. That will be my last comment. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Councillor Lowe, I think that what you're saying is so true. And we need to get those young people involved. Those young people that commits vandalism, the young people that are involved in gangsters within our streets. And it is imperative that the project team that went to Sweden, that we assist the Youth Council in these matters and see how we can get external funding to assist. And the one vital thing within Sweden is that there's a lot, Speaker, there's a lot of investment from businesses in the youth local democracy processes. And we should really try and figure out who we can speak to regarding external funding. And I think this is where we come in, Councillor Dow, so that we can assist in terms of that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that should be one of the items on our list. So I have seriously brainstorm this. See what.
Speaker, nou item van die budget. Ik wil net verneem dat u kom met uw team. Hier betaal van de zaal als enige van die andere plekken. Uw team. En net kijk daar bij het, ik zoek net gewoon dat ik net uw team. Ik die over
Is dit die periode voor jou, CFO?
Dat was een nieuwe prijspunt. Ik heb het daarvoor in Johanne heeft gezien. Oké, toen maar nou weer, dat kijk hier. Ik zoek het op een goede winterrieven. Ik ben daar winterrieven.
Ek dink die tarief, dit beteken hy was seker nou al vir die afgelope paar jaar seker nou so seker so seker verrassend. Dan beteken ons verhoog nou maar net die tarief met die persentasie. So ons sal ja, ja.
Met de zalen.
Ja.
Zalen.
So ek sal definitief dink daarna.
Daar is in die hoek. Dat is ik dan ik zo'n reactie.
Raadslid, is jou voorstel dan is dat
die
CFO dit vir ons moet regmaak,
nee, de rest stel dat het dieselfde is as partij Potem, de pier en die toesommers. Het is allemaal dieselfde. Hoe kom het Potem weer?
En vorm 3, dis doodreg CFO, jy het ook so. Jy Valentine, jy het ook so, dankie raadslid.
Tweede voor mij, want ik wil weer terug gaan naar die property rights toe. CFO het gesê ons gaan net iewers invoeren by projekte. Sê hulle toe weer? Ek het ons van die property rights, né? Dat nie verander. Toe ek nog gesê die gaan dit weer by 'n ander invoer. Dis beteken met die projekte as dit weer van die arme mense.
Nee, Raadslid, is die ja. Wat ek gesê het is die eiendomsbelasting is nie so hoog nie, omdat ons ander dienste soos die water en elektrisiteit en die dienste verhoog het in globaal die hele Kaap Agulhas, nie net vir die arme mense of vir almal, verstaan nie. So dit is die rede. Dit gebeur het en om net hy balans te handhaaf.
Kaapstad het hulle in die vergadering aangekondig hulle verhoog hulle eiendomsbelasting met 20%, so dit om die raadsaal afgebreek. Raadslid?
Thank you, Speaker. The Mayor mentioned in his speech about fraud and corruption. And fraud and corruption could have a huge impact on our budget. And there is a great concern, and even the audit committee, they mentioned it in the report. And that is that the performance management for accountability and consequence management is not implemented. So my question is that the reason why some people are so easily doing fraud and corruption? Because they know there's not going to be consequences. And when will that be implemented? And because my concern also is that's going to be a huge impact on our budget, and maybe that is one of the reasons also why we have to cut our budgets for this year.
Thank you, Councillor. You will get some answers later because there is something that we're going to announce. But the MN will touch upon that, and I'm also going to refer to a couple of things when we get to those points. But we now just have to decide whether we want this budget. Is there any other questions? Because Councillor Lowe said something that sorry for any questions. We're here to debate it. Ask the questions, please. And that's why we have to direct this here. Because we mustn't go away and then, comment behind council's backs. Let's air it here and let's debate it. But it's our budget eventually. It's not somebody else's budget, it's our budget. And we don't really get support from national or province at this stage. We left on our own. So we better think how we're going to swim and how we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck, as like the Americans say, because we've got little and we have to do a hell of a lot with little. And what we also said, let's spend the money on infrastructure that generate, because that's the other thing that we. So, but councillors, we've got a tall task and an enormous task. Hence, we will meet soon and put these things on the list and take it from there. But there are a couple of announcements that will follow today. Just bear with us.
I'm asking this, we can also speak to the risk of uprisings in the municipality. And we don't want to sit in a situation where we end up like TWK or whatever in Sweden, because it starts by this speaker. And at the end of the day, we as ward councillors, as you know, we are the first line that gets attacked because the people are feeling that we are not doing anything. And sometimes those that are responsible are nowhere to be seen when this happens. And that's why I feel so passionate about these type of things, because it has a big impact on the risk of the municipality and the risk of uprising. And that's something that we do not want. I want to ensure that we avoid any such things, happening in the future. I'm not sure if anybody read the AG's report with regards to the adverse situations that we are dealing with.
We're going to get to
in that, it's quite worrisome in terms of the decline of municipalities, not just in the Western Cape, but nationally, where we are as a country. And if our local governments are going to be in decline, I see chaos. That's why I'm saying we need to ensure that we need to be able to collect every last cent that we can in order to provide services to our people so that we can upkeep and maintain our facilities. So that's why I feel so passionately about that. And the reason why I speak so passionately about young people, because those young people are going to have to come and take over, and what are they going to have to deal with? You understand? And that's why that's my plea, that when we do these type of things, it shouldn't just be a tick box exercise or copy paste exercise, where we just copy the one budget from last year and copy it to the next year. That's not how it's supposed to do. We should budget, we should plan, and we should be able to show that we monitor and evaluate, what we are going to do, for the next coming of years. So yeah, I think Speaker, we covered that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You have my support. Councillors, can we approve the budget? Yes. Councillor Donald?
Thank you. Yes, I propose that we approve the budget. And once again, thank you to all the councillors that attended workshops that have made these difficult decisions. I know that we've got a tight budget, but reassured that it's not only that the infrastructure is looked after, but so that going forward, sustainable municipality. And I would also like to propose that we structure a cash flow committee.
Thank you, but you made a proposal, so can I get a second? I made a proposal. It's a second. Is a second, Councillor Exton. Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Speaker, on our side, before maybe also we object, but to abstain the budget. So I think on our focus, I think there's the interest for the finance and present us on the finance part. Speaker, I think the intervention, the problem that is section 139 really shows there's some serious problem that and I was expecting that maybe there's some serious maybe intervention, maybe proposal that will come even from the mayor's side. What can we do that is maybe paper currency? I think there's a reason for section 139. It's also failure to meet obligation and financial instability on all that stuff. And also relate maybe whatever what maybe our the councillors have said in mentioned in terms of the uncertainty, but that is okay. So looking at that, I think also section 18 in terms of the really explain currently that maybe the budget should be credible and realistic and funded. So whoever that look at that with that part, if we fail even to do that, then we as the ANC, we don't want to be part and parcel of it. Because of the failure of the leadership that we have politically in order to run the municipality the way that they're running. I think I also emphasize maybe the issue that's been raised even on our IDP. It really shows maybe there's some serious damage monetary system and also the accountability that we need to look at in order to so we as the ANC, maybe the three councillors sitting here, I don't find ourselves maybe our own officials that are sitting here in 3 years to come, there will be no salary. That's because we didn't deep and look what can be done. I don't find that ourselves that are sitting here, we were also part and parcel. Whatever maybe the Russian and all agreement that we make it now for failure. So we exclude ourselves, abstain for the voting part of the so Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted. So we approve the budget and it's recorded that the NC abstained. Thank you, Amy.
That was seconded by Councillor Exton. Yeah, just one recommendation that should be added to the recommendation is that the cash flow committee be established. Obviously, the terms of reference for such a cash flow committee needs to be established and or determined, and also the composition of such committee, but that we will work out on an administrative level. I think council just want to make sure that there's proper oversight mechanisms put in place to monitor and also the cash flow situation. Thanks. That's the only additional recommendation that must come with the other ones on page 11 and 12. So, Speaker, now we going into the other items. So I'm not sure we're sitting here for two hours. I'm not sure if it's maybe time for a body break. Can we continue? Okay, perfect. 14.3 is to do with the 25-26 risk management policy, the risk management strategy, and the Farm Code Charter review. This is a policy that we bring to council on an annual basis. The risks, strategic risks of the municipality has been reviewed. We had very extensive and interactive workshops with management as well as all the different stakeholders, presented it to Farm Code. And it has been circulated to councillors for comment. And then obviously the recommendation is on page 13. And that is that the 25-26 review of the Cape Agulhas risk management policy and risk management strategy be approved by council. and that the 25-26 review of the CAM Farm Code Charter also be approved with the risk management policy and statute. So that's the recommendation on page 13.
Councillors, may I make a comment now? Have you read those 3 documents? Let me remind you what we approved. Page 158, Risk Management Oversight. Municipal Council, you know who they are. The Municipal Council takes an interest in risk management to the extent necessary to obtain comfort that properly established and functioning systems of risk management are in place to protect Cape Agulhas municipality against significant risk. You read that, okay? There's another one on page 171. It says risk management, even when software is used, is performed by humans. The effectiveness of risk management activities is directly influenced by the ethical behavior of people. Ethical behavior. You all have this document, Code of Ethics. Okay, let me continue. Of the people responsible for risk management, which includes their professionalism and commitment in executing their risk management responsibility. All stuff. Council is the one that's in for the item. A lack of ethics is a contributing factor to a variety of risks, either being the cause of the risk itself or the cause of ineffective control measures. Therefore, risk management initiatives can only be successful in an environment of ethical behavior with adequate ethics risk management processes. Cape Agulhas municipality has a code of conduct and code of ethics for municipal staff in place to regulate the conduct of ethical behavior expected in the workplace. What if not? There is a strategy. I'm not going to bore you with all my comments. High-level responsibilities of the Municipal Council in risk management include page 179. Read those. Please study them before we meet. Because we are eventually in for the high jump. So I'm not going to read. I'm not going to bore you with that. Role and responsibilities. The Fraud and Risk Management Committee is responsible for assisting the municipal manager. I can go on. That's page 183. The Accounts Committee or something else. But those 3 policies, please study them and bring them with when we meet, because it's our responsibility. We're accountable for this. And we know what's happening around us. Everybody knows about what's spotting in some of the departments. And it's a serious matter, but the MM will touch upon it later. But I just wanted to comment before you say anything else, before we approve. Thank you. Any comments? Thank you, sir.
Approval in a second. Proposal in a second.
Can we approve the?
Want iemand van to approve?
No,
No, let's approve it.
I've got a proposal. Mayor, come on, guys, and Councillor Markwa. How does that sound? Four one. Now, I must practice it.
Speaker, op 'n ligte noot. Ek kan nie dink dat Suid-Afrikaners sukkel om sy naam te sê in Sweden. As dit so.
Ja.
14.4, report of the Municipal Audit Committee for the quarter ending 31st of March 2025. The quarterly report has been circulated to councillors. It was part of the agenda of the agenda, and it highlights all the activities and the discussions of the Municipal Audit Committee. And the recommendation is on page 14 of the agenda, and that is that council consider and approve the Audit Committee's quarterly report ending the 31st of March 2025.
Councillors, you've read page 209, I guess. The satisfaction and the concerns. Please bring that with to our meeting, because that's what we touched upon earlier. The concerns. So, but you take note, or do we approve? We approve. We have to approve this report. We have no choice. A proposal, please. Proposal?
Speaker, I will definitely propose, but I think it's also very important that we look at the concerns. Concerns, very concerned.
Councillor, you have my support on that one. I am concerned. Very. But yeah, we just have to approve this report. What we do and how we deal with it, that comes next. But we have to accept the report. Councillor, do you propose? Councillor,
Yes,
got it wrong. Yes, okay. You propose, and then do I have a seconder? I have. Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Thank you, Emil.
14.5 is the external audit plan. This is the monthly progress report on OPCA as at the 14th of May 2025. The report has also been incorporated into the agenda. It was circulated to councillors. If there's any comment or any points of clarity, councillors are more than welcome to raise. But this is just our indication how we implement the operation clean audit of the municipality. And the recommendation is on page 15, and that is that council considers and accept the presentation of the 23-24 OPCA action plan as at 14 May 2025.
Councillors, you've read the report, studied it, even point 9 in progress. And the other one in progress, number 13, no, sorry, 11, you've read it? If not, can you read it now? Because if you're going to approve this, take note of this. Point number 9 was supposed to be finalized by 31 March. We in June, a day or two. Okay, but we're going to report on this later today. But okay, must be approved. Yes. So in order to approve, I need a proposal and a seconder. Councillor Extian, thank you. Propose and seconder, Councillor Donald. Thank you. Thanks, Amen.
Item 14.6 is to do with the write-off of obsolete inventory stock. That's in the stores in Bredasdorp as well as Struisbaai. Now, councillors will see there's a long list on page 16 of obsolete stock, meaning stock that is not being utilized anymore. It's been in the stores for some time. Some of the things cannot be used for anything else anymore. We'll see there's some of the stuff that has expired already. So I think most of this stock has to do with stock that has been purchased during the COVID period and cannot be used anymore. And that is why we bring this to council specifically for the sake of the financial statements. And that is that the listed stock items of stores A, Bredasdorp, and store C in Struisbaai, valued in an amount of 51,871, be written off. Stop it. This is definitely not going to help.
I'm going to help you, it's expired.
Raadslede, thought? CFO?
Speaker, wat nou nie in die items nie. Ek dink van die items wat daar is op die lys is, daar is sekere goed wat nog gebruik kan word, soos byvoorbeeld wat ons kan skenk aan, soos die maskers en daai tipe goedjies wat ons kan skenk uit. Ons weet nog net nie aan wie nie, maar miskien kan die raad net vir ons dan so mandaat gee dat ons kan skenk aan die plekke. Maar behalwe die soos die ander goeder soos die sanitizer en daai goede, dit is nou al oud. Ons kan dit nie, ons moet dit van kant maak.
Enige voorstelle raadslede?
Ik wil niet van die CFO praten, die wat van kant moet maken wordt. Het hulle expire seker.
Voorstelle, comments, proposals?
Stel voor ons skenk dit aan hospitale en klinieke.
Yeah.
En ook thuisbezorging.
Yeah, we will look at some deserving institutions which is in need of it and which can also utilize it, so we're able to do that.
Thank you.
14.7 is a property management application. That is a commission agreement for portion 1747 Bredasdorp. It's situated in Ward 2, and it's a property just next to the All Saints Anglican Church. Councillors will see there's a location map on page 19, which indicate that parking area next to the church, where they've applied to obtain that for the church itself, but it went through the ward committee. There was a comment from the ward committee. Die komitee beveel aan dat dit moet toegestaan word aan die Anglican Church. Dit was ook deur die verskillende komiteestelsel en dan is daar 'n recommendation vanaf die MICO. And that is that council take note of the report and annexes regarding the permission agreement of portion of 1747 Bredasdorp. And that it be confirmed in terms of section 14 of the MFMA that the asset is not required to provide minimum level of basic services. And then the council grant permission to the All Saints Anglican Church to use a portion of this as depicted in the locality plan for large-scale church events. And that the use of the property is not exclusive to the All Saints Anglican Church on the property itself. And that is that the property also be used at owner risk and that the municipality will be identified against any risk that might occur from the usage of that, specifically when it's used for church functions, and that the municipality reserves the right to cancel such permission within 30 days. And this also that the permission not exclude the need to apply for any events permits when applicable. So that is the recommendation for that specific property next to the Saints.
Speaker, ek wil net my eie councillor Ines op die 90s so dat hulle vertel.
Ja, speaker, laat me nooit. Ja, ek ondersteun dit 'n speaker, maar ek wil terselfdertyd ook sê is bewus die gewoon net laat die Amerikaanse kerk as staatseiendom. Dit lyk in 'n aglike toestand. Tussen die Amerikaanse kerk en die metropolitan kerk. Maar die raad moet definitief aandag gee om teks goed te maak. Je weet waarvan ik praat. Dis waar die gebouw afgebrand is. Dat is leterskleed.
Thank you. So do you have to approve this amendment?
Yes, definitely. We have recommendation from Michael, so we need approval from council.
Okay. Approval from?
So in case I will second that.
Okay. Thank you, councillors.
Next one, 14.8, and is also again a permission agreement, and that is a portion of 4096 Bredasdorp. It's an application from the Child Welfare Services in Bredasdorp, and that is to utilize a portion of the premises of the Nelson Mandela Hall, where they want to put up a community health service hub. It will enable medical services and also medical supplies closer to a community that obviously have to travel significant distances to the Bredasdorp clinic. So there's comment from all the different departments, and there now seem to be no objection to the utilization of it, and that is why the MICO made a recommendation on page 24, and that is that council take note of the report and annexes for the utilization of portion of 4096 for the establishment of I think it's a container-based community health service hub. So just putting containers within the premises of the Nelson Mandela Hall. And then the rest of the recommendation is on page 24.
Ik wil daarom sê dat ek dink op die een spesifieke item dat ons almal in paar saamstem.
Voorzitter, ja, ik stem ook in paar saam met de bijvoeging. Wanneer hij echt niet gebruikt wordt voor jullie doel wat het aangevallen wordt in dat onmiddellijk terugval naar die aarde. Kan je nou voor die doen en horen van stoppen, fase stoppen wat.
So that will definitely be incorporated into the agreement that we begin to with.
Support dit voorkom en ek dink dit gaan dit makliker maak want almal wil hardloop vir die Nelson Mandela saal so dat hulle eie spasie het so baie dankie.
Kan ons nou die leer consensus?
14.9, Speaker and Councillors, that is the transfer of a lease agreement for a portion of Earth 809. Council would remember that I think it's in March or somewhere, Council has entered into a lease agreement with Mr. Louis Witbooi, was rendering a car wash service just next to the Victoria Hotel on that open space. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Witbooi passed away in the meantime. And then the guy that works in, I'm not so sure if it is his son, related, but he's JP. I just know him as JP. Yeah, maybe I must also declare my interest. I also wash my car. So this is now. Yeah. Oh, okay. So Speaker, this is just to formalize the agreement. He passed away, and then Mr. JP want to continue with the business. I mean, he's been growing it with his dad, and he just wants to obviously honor his legacy, but also just make sure that he got all the governance matters in place. And that is why there's our request to change the agreement from Mr. Witbooi to Mr. JP Boyson on the same terms and conditions as was previously approved by Council. I know Councillor Nieuwhout might have a comment on this, because I know there was a discussion at the ward committee as well. So maybe before we go into the recommendation, maybe just allow Alderman Nieuwhout.
Ja, dankie Speaker. Die groot probleem rondom dit is dat ons kyk na die resolusie wat ons gehad het in 2023. Punt 3 dat alle munisipale dienste op die perseel deur die huurder aangesluit word, gemeter en betaal word. Dit gebeur nie. En dat daar met die wegdoening van die vuil water gehandel word in samewerking met die waterafdeling, dit gebeur ook nie. So voor hierdie kontrak aangegaan word met daai items dit geïmplementeer word. Want dit is wat die wijkskomitee, hulle spesifiek gaan kyk na die plek, toe die ding voor die wijkskomitee gekom. En gaan kyk of sien die water loop sommer net daar. Daar is geen meter nie, dan word die betaal vir die water gebruik. So, en daai was die ooreenkoms vir die oorspronklike kontrak. En dit moet nou reggestel word.
As die raad nou die besluitsel aanvaar sal ons met infrastruktuur departement skakel om daar te meter. Dat hulle ook 'n leiding van die stormwater kanaliseer kan.
kan net sê meneer Witbooi toe nog lewe tyd. Hy was by my gewees oor sy rekening en dat hy het my beloof hy gaan seker op datum bring. Wat hy wel gedoen het, hy kon net sekere maande nie, maar hy het ons het hom hy het sy rekening betaal. En ek kan vir as ek nie wil sê wat ek nie wil sê, daar word water gegee. En hy het sy water betaal. Sy water betaal, kom ek sê. Daar was gebroke betalings, maar hy het dit betaal.
Ek ook seker op 'n ligte nou, dit kan seker maar nie 'n Witbooi wat wil gewees het, seker met Boysen. Okay, Pete. Okay, so the recommendation is on page 27 with also the suggestion coming from Alderman Nivo, the ward councillor, and that is that council take note of the report for the transfer of the lease agreement for a portion of that area from the late Mr. L. Witbooi to the living Mr. J. Boysen. And due to the fact that Mr. Boysen is still operating a car wash, which came in operation under the lease agreement, with the former lessee, approval be granted for a new lease agreement to be concluded with Mr. Boysen, and that the new lease agreement with Mr. Boysen be concluded the same terms and conditions until the 30th of November 2026. Because obviously subsequent to that, Mr. Boysen will have to apply for the extension or a renewal of the contract.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a proposal?
En 'n ligte noot, en was jy nou jou kar self so ver nou?
Op Witbooi was dit nie meer.
Ja.
Councillor, can we accept? I've got a proposal, Councillor Donald, and I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Guys, it's 12:30. I see something at the back there. The Prins, is dit warm goed of is dit koue goed? Of is daar niks? Moet ons nie maar dan 'n breek vat.
Dis maar klaar, maar dis die 3 uur.
Ons gaan nog lank sit hier so by bel, ons gaan nog implementeer. O ja, klomp aangekoms. Kom ons vat dit comfort bereik en ons help onsself daar met wat hulle vir ons aanbied vir 'n paar minute asseblief.
So we'll reconvene at 4:02.
Ja.
Nou ons klaar vir eten. Hi, Christian, are you still online on the Teams link? Can you hear us? Are you audible? Are we audible?
Yes, MM, loud and clear.
Thank you. Ready? Yeah? You can go live. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Speaker. And maybe before we go, thank you very much, Paul, and the rest of the team for organizing something to eat. I think it came just at the right time. And also for Mrs. Kobia from the Seder Oor, the sweetener. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 14.10 is an application from the from the Harburger Trust for the alienation of a portion, that is the purchasing of a portion of Earth 368 Arniston, that is in Ward 6. And this is to consider the request of Town and Country on behalf of the Harburger Trust to purchase a portion of Earth 368 to consolidate with the existing Earth 363 Arniston. Now, councillors would remember there was a previous item before council where there was a request just to change the lease that has been entered into and that has been put out for public participation for somebody else, and then councillors indicated no, cannot do that. There must be a new application. So this is the new application that is currently on the table of council. On page 28 of the agenda, you will see the locality plan, where it indicates the extent of the portion of land where it is situated, and this also has gone through the different committees. There's departmental comments on page 29. And you will see nothing of the comments are in objecting to the in principle agreement of this application. It's just a comment from the ward committee as well on page 30. That is that council take note that due to time constraint, the ward committee of Ward 6 will only have a ward committee. Okay, that now was in May, so I believe, Paul, they had the ward committee meeting. I'm not sure if they have in the meantime provided official comment on the application itself before we go into the recommendation that is coming from the maker. Are you aware, councillor?
Maar ja, ik zie dit is maar niet een klein stukje gewoon dat dus maar in die toekomst wil ik toch niet te behoefte. Want die gewoon is baie beperkt. En die behuising, die mensen wat aansoek gedoen het vir huise, die lys van behuising is al 187. En ons het so min eerlik dat ons nou al beskikbaar het daar om te bou. So ek wil net 'n beroep doen op die raad om regtig seker en deeglik te wees. Ons net gewoon miskien verkoop wat te basis is wat munisipale maar die behoefte van behuising by is en alles is hier. Dankie.
Thank you very much for that comment, councillor. So then the recommendation from the MACO is on page 31. That is that council take note of the report and annexes regarding the application of a portion of Earth 368. That it be noted that the Harburger Trust is the owner of the adjacent property of 363, and that is why they expressed the interest to acquire a portion of 368. You can see the measurements is plus minus 263 square meters, and for the purpose of consolidating with the existing property. That it be confirmed that it is not required to provide minimum level of basic services, that it be provided that this is just in principle approval that is currently, so it will be go out for public participation. Obviously, subsequent to the public participation process, if there's comment objections, then it will come back to council for a final consideration of the application.
Kan so publieke deelname en dan publieke kan sê wat hulle wil sê en hulle sê en dan vir my as 'n ward councillor wil ek dit weer onder die aandag bring asseblief Dis 'n redelike pleidooi. En omdat die burgemeester hier reeds gesê, ons moet van die bek toe van die mense wat aan die agterkant van ons huise bly, in wendehuise en in hokke en Aniston is wel uitgebrei, hulle populasie is baie meer en die grond is baie meer. So ons moet net in die toekoms asseblief baie versigtig wees. Want dat die inwoners van Aniston self kans kan kry om te koop of ons se kinders wat nog daar is, dat ons nie net die goed aan die makelaars of aan die ryk makelaars verkoop en dan op die ou einde van die dag sit ons eie mense sonder grond, dan kan hulle nie huise koop. Dankie.
Very much. Okay. So it's a proposal, so we just need a seconder for the proposal.
Yeah. Thank you. 14.11 has to do with the draft policy and the naming and renaming of streets in public places. Now, councillors would be Alderman Yankees. Oh, okay. He's not recusing himself because of the. Oh, you are recusing yourself for the. Because it's not necessary because this is only the policy. So, but the draft policy on naming and renaming of streets and public places was before council at one stage. Council have decided that we are going to go on a comprehensive public participation process just to test the sentiment of the people and the public of Cape Agulhas municipality. You will see it was advertised for 30 days. There are some comments that came in. Some were in support of the draft policy as it is. There were some that are not in support with the draft policy in its entirety because people also expressed their view that they do not see the need for renaming of any streets or public places within Cape Agulhas municipality, and obviously also supported it with the with documentation in that regard. And then there was, I think, about 18 of them that is also binded into the agenda, which support the draft policy, but also wanted to add some comments. And that one of those comments that no naming of streets must be done after people who are still alive, where a street needs to be named after an individual after the death should only be for new streets and not necessarily existing streets, and not due to the cost and other implications arising from this. You will see there are also comments from I think it's Ward 4, Ward Committee has indicated their comment on page 32, en hulle sê basies net indien daar nuwe strate is, het hulle nie 'n probleem om straatname toe te ken nie. En hulle spesifieke verwysing na Simonye, where a public participation process has been followed. That is why the community came up with a name for that area, which indicates Simonye, meaning we are one. So those are the type, but fortunately in our case, we have embarked on a public participation process. So the draft policy has been amended based on the comments. There wasn't really much need for any amendments, and the recommendation is therefore on page 33 of the council. And you would have seen there's also a new amended item that has been circulated to council. And the recommendation is that the council approves the policy on the naming and renaming of streets and public places, and then the town planning department be appointed as the custodian of the policy. So if council approve, we approve it in the format that it has been circulated for public comment.
Comment?
Jy's nog jong, jy's nog jong.
No debate. We have a proposal. Councillor Mubetwana.
I propose for this recommendation.
Councillor, and seconded by Councillor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Amen.
Okay, thank you. Then there's an item on the 14.12, the report on the turnaround strategy. Councillors are aware that we have been busy with this turnaround strategy, specifically in protection services, in other departments within the community planning and community services directorate, which include the Department of Human Settlements. All the information, fairly lengthy report has been incorporated into the agenda. And I think the director Woodley also presented a number of these matters at the, was it at the MACO? At the MACO meeting, very extensively, very comprehensively. And as such, it is incorporated now for council to also take note of that report. I think this is just an attempt to indicate to council the significant improvement that has been brought about by the turnaround strategy, but also there are some challenges that the director also have highlighted, which hamper the optimal implementation of the turnaround strategy. So Director Moodley, if there's anything that you want to add, anything that you want to highlight before we put it to council for any comments and also for them to take note of the item.
Chair, thank you. No, nothing in particular. I think just to keep the council abreast in terms of how we are progressing with the achievement of the milestones. So the report is for noting. Thank you, Chair.
No, I would also appreciate and also welcome what has been done with a certain department. But using of the consultants in various reasons, including providing maybe specialized expertise, also addressing maybe skill gaps that we need to look at, and offering maybe objective advice. But at the same time, it's very important sometimes. When we've got maybe directors, professional people being elected, it may happen that was a sort of a loophole, that department, that regard. So that could have been addressed. So when we are looking at those consultants, some of them are here made to make money. And then what is the duty and responsibility of the director responsible for that? Getting paid, I'm just raising that concern. I'm not saying that it was wrong by that time. But at the same time, in future papers, we must look at and also the cost-effective and the long-term and short-term. Is it going to be sustainable even to look at? And was it helpful? And how far is it? What is happening? How long will that cost municipality in that regard? It may happen maybe the consultant will use in that regard, and also the form of activity that will be done. How far is it? What is happening even currently? And how long maybe the process of the contract is going to be? So it's a problem that we need to get to at the same time, because we're going to use the consultancy department, that the other department is also going to use it. At the same time, it's going to be something that we get to use it. But at the same time, we don't get rid what the problem is like. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. I think it is quite evident within this report as well, and I would want to agree with councillors, even over my experience in local government. I've worked with a lot of consultants, but I can now very honestly say this is the one consultant that I think is really adding a lot of value to Cape Agulhas municipality, and it's well worth the funding that is being allocated for this project. It's a year project, but if you see the milestones and what has been achieved and the value that it adds, or his contribution adds to the governance and also the systems, and I think it's also evident in terms of the what do you call it, the funding that is generated specifically in the protection services department, and also now with the human settlements pipeline. It is definitely a consultant that is worth having within the municipality. And I think also his local knowledge, and as well as his involvement with the organization pays off dividends to the municipality itself. Director Moodley, I'm not sure if you want to add anything before we release for notification, but if you want to note anything in terms of that comment.
Yeah, I think you've covered all of the aspects in terms of the assignment. This was the brief in terms of the tender specifications, and the consultant is merely executing on the terms of reference of that specific bid. But I do agree with you, the value that the consultant brings is much more than what you see in front of you in terms of the milestones. And I think it was a very wise decision of council to actually implement this turnaround strategy after they realized that there were certain gaps. So well done to council. Thank you, Chair.
No, Speaker, I was trying that to clear something. I was not against with the person, self, whatever. So I was not trying to say in future we must look at what can be done. And then we mustn't wait, maybe something will happen, then we say intervene. So if you remember, I think I said even last time when we received the first report, my comment was that I think they have done exceptional maybe work in that department. And I even said it may happen that we can appoint him as also to other departments. That was my initial maybe comment at the time, if you should remember. So I'm not against, but I'm saying in future we must also look what can be done.
Comments are noted, Councillor, and appreciated them. So, thank you, Amy.
Okay.
So do we all take notes? That's Thank you. Consensus if we take note of them.
Yeah, just the recommendation must just be structured correctly. Carmen, I see this one that the Michael, but that comes out. So it's just that the council take notes of the progress reports on phase 2 of the turnaround strategy. 14.13 is the strategic action plan in terms of the housing pipeline. This is also progress. 40.13.
That's the one you had now.
No. We first had the we first had the turnaround strategy. So then there's another item, point 14.13 is the strategic housing pipeline. I know, I see what you mean. It looks more or less similar. Yeah, but this is now specifically in the Human Settlements Department. So I'm not going to go into a lengthy introduction. I would rather give over to the director just to introduce some of the salient points of this. And then we just need to get a formal approval from council in terms of the housing pipeline. Director Moodley.
Thank you, MM Chair. Yeah, I think this item is a follow-up from the Human Settlements Plan that was approved by Council on the 28th of March. So this follow-up is in terms of now identifying what is the actual pipeline in terms of the earth that need to be identified for each of the areas within CAM where housing settlements or developments can be initiated. So the item really deals with some of the gaps that we've identified in terms of what we're currently provisioning for housing and what the gap is in terms of the demand, and that you will find on page 40. We also look at the land requirements, so the actual size of the land that is required in terms of hectares for each of the areas. And then as you go further into the report, we identified through the SDF and our town planning department land that has been earmarked already for residential and housing development. So if you go to page 42, it gives you then the housing pipeline. In that it indicates the earth that has been identified, the size of the earth, and then the housing development that is anticipated. So from a Department of Infrastructure point of view, they require a council resolution for the housing pipeline, and it then forms the basis of any recommendations that we would make in the business plan. So they use then the council resolution And that helps them to decide on whether they would fund these developments then going forward. So in terms of the recommendation, Chair, on page 43, you would see the recommendation for those specific land parcels to be identified to bridge the current gap. But you'll see also that we still do have a gap, which is indicated in red. So those are the number of hectares that we would still need. And town planning would have to look at that in terms of the revision of the SDF. So I just want to highlight, Chair, that the last recommendation on page 45, which is recommendation number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, recommendation number 6, it says that the housing pipeline report be submitted to council for notification. It's actually not for notification, it is for council's approval, because the Department of Infrastructure requires an approval from council based on the provisioned earth that we are submitting. So this item is tabled to council for approval, specifically the table that you see with the earth listed on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director. Councillor.
Speaker, just have a question for the director. I know that she mentioned last time that we should also look at formal housing as well, because obviously that will increase in terms of taxes that we will collect for the municipality, but I don't see a lot of land actually earmarked besides the private development. I see there's about Nagalas 11, there's, but nothing in Bradasdorp. I'm not sure. I see the 6.2, that's the gap housing earmarked for, especially for, for municipal and government officials that want to buy housing. I think, not sure if there's been provision made for that, or is it that format or part of the gap housing project for private development. Yeah, it's only see those two.
Yeah, can I respond?
Please.
Yes. So what you see on the list is what needs to go to the Department of Infrastructure for funding. They would usually fund gap housing projects, and they would fund IRDP and then also upgrading of informal settlements. So private development or private residential development will not necessarily be on this item, but it would be in our broader housing pipeline. But specifically for the purpose of the resolution going through to the Department of Infrastructure and for the funding that they would provide, we just limited it to gap housing and IRDP. Thank you, Chair.
By understand open en internet. Is die provision wat gemaak is by stadswyse. Ja. Sien jy op speaker my? Die basin is so kyk wat gee se van die grond wat beskikbaar is. En dit is obviously besef. Jy moet
Any other comments? Take note of that.
I think we take notes of what has presented even to us. Although maybe the expectation outside there, they've been waiting quite long for the housing development in other areas, because we mustn't make promise the condition we are going to be coming to. The challenge for those backyard dwellers need to maybe to rent for a lot of money, those people. It's a challenge. And how long it's going to take, maybe even now, look at the total numbers of the waiting list. It's going to be. So a plan needs to be made, the quicker, the more that we can. So that means the people of Kepaka need to wait maybe, but it depends. 2030 or maybe 2035. Now there's nothing that we can do. And we mustn't blame ourselves, we must blame maybe what is it that we have in our people. So it's a problem. because we need even maybe to come up with a very, very political maybe. How can we assist? Because the money that is flying maybe from national to provincial is the money that we utilize. Because now the planning money for the planning part and other stuff and also the areas we do have, but the planning is where we lack. So no, thank you very much.
Thank you. I hear two things, Councillor. I hear challenge and understood that at the time. And what I also hear is deeds must follow words. Don't make promises. Councillor?
Speaker, sorry, I think it's very important to remind council that there was an item that was brought before council regarding housing, which council, as council, we decided that we're placing all powers to the province to be the initiator of the whole project. Currently, with the provincial treasury, the only thing that we can do is just to follow up was all powers are with province.
I see Elam also on here, in terms of it says that the requirement is 4.68 hectares. According to my understanding, Elam is a private community, and I see there, you know, the land requirements. Now I want to know who's going to give permission for us to build RDP houses on Elam, because that's a big concern, and I think we need to get clarity with regards to the issue of Elam, because I love Elam, I love the community, but obviously we know we provide services there as well, and we're also struggling with access to land. And I think at some point in time there needs to be some kind of a discussion, Speaker, with regards to this, because I mean, like with regards to the cultural history that we know they have, but also we give services as well. So I mean, like, we cannot be excluded from certain things, but you know, the community is included. I've got no problem with it, but I only think if it comes here, then it means that it's within the public good that we have, that question needs to be raised. And I think it's something that needs to be talked about, Mayor, within your ward, in terms of how are we going to go further in this regard. Because I think this is going to be a very contentious issue with regards to land in Elam, because we know in terms of the ownership councillor. So yeah, I think this one is a little bit confusing to me. So I just wanted to make a note of that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah, can I respond?
Please do.
Yeah. Chair, we couldn't exclude it from this report because we have data in terms of what the requirement is from the community in terms of the housing need. So in terms of the research that we did, that is the number of hectares that is required for housing in terms of the demand. So it doesn't mean, you know, because people are living in Elam that there's no demand for housing. So that is what they've articulated. And the reason we put it in the report, although we know that historically that land doesn't belong to the municipality, it is to engage exactly what Councillor is indicating, a discussion with them around how do we bridge this gap between what the community is asking for in terms of housing and what the municipality could potentially help with. Because if there is if there's a meeting of the minds in terms of how that land can be utilized for housing developments, it is still something that we can put on the business plan for the Department of Infrastructure. So this is to actually ignite that discussion then with the Elam community or the powers that be in Elam in terms of future housing development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for clarifying that, Director Moodley. Anything else?
Last point from my side, I think the director clarified it. Now, just like I like to think of the practical ways of it. I'm living in Elam. I can move to Bradasdorp. I can apply for a house, RDP house, but I cannot do it vice versa. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying we can't, but I just think in terms of fairness, this discussion needs to be held.
Yeah.
Because if you are coming from one community where you're saying that culturally we are trying to maintain the heritage, but also, I mean, like, what does that mean in terms of movement for the residents of Elam, moving into another community? Because now we can also say, but no, we cannot provide you housing because you've got your own space there The community cannot move there to build houses. You understand, where this issue can come in, Mayor? It's just a practical issue that I would like to raise so that the council can be aware of it, because that's something that we need to think of moving forward. But thank you very much, Director. And I think including this into the report, that has actually brought up another conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. No, it's a sensitive issue. I can add a few others as well. I move there. Yeah. Okay, it's a sensitive issue, but we will have to deal with it at some stage. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
So can we approve the pipeline as it is here? Can I get a proposal?
If it says that the council take note and not the maker.
We have to approve it, councillor.
With council.
No, council. Got a proposal, Mayor, and need a seconder. No, we changed it. It has to be approved. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hickstein. Thank you, MF.
Councillors, 14.14, this is the quarterly progress report from January to March 2025. I think this is one of the SDBIP KPIs of Director Infrastructure Services, where it just brings a quarterly progress report in terms of how the, the movement from landfill waste management to transportation to the regional landfill site. So you will see most of the content is the same. I think it's just the figures and the expenditure to date that changes. And this is also for notification to council.
Council, have you take note? Note to be noted. Dennis van den Dankie. Secretariat.
14.15 is the report of to council on the MPAC committee's activities, and that is up to 12 December 2024. Is it so? So this is just the activities of MPAC, and this is also for notification. The council consider recommendations of MPAC in the minutes that have been circulated and attached.
Attached in 313. 315. Councillors, you got it? Take note. Thank you. Secretariat, noted. Here we go.
Yeah, thanks. There's no additional items. The open agenda. So that brings us to number 15, Speaker.
Yep.
And that is just dringende sake deur die munisipale bestuurder voorgelê. There is two matters that I just want to bring under the attention of council. I think council, maybe let's mention the one. The one is around holding control unit, and also there is another case that has been coming on for a long time about the 25,000 rand case that is with the Western Cape commercial crimes unit, and which was before court, which the CFO is just going to give us a briefing about the, what do they call it, mediasiegesprek wat plaasgevind het tussen die verskillende partye. So he's going to do that. But from myself, I think councillors have seen mostly in the media, mainstream media, as well as social media. But I don't think we had an opportunity yet to inform council at the formal council meeting of what has transpired, what has happened, the incident that took place, and also what steps has been taken thus far in terms of making sure, as Councillor Matthijssen has indicated, that proper controls as well as oversight as well as consequence management also happens in incidents like this. Now, it has recently been uncovered that a former employee of Capegallas in the building control department, and you would note that obviously also because of Poppy, the sensitivity of the matter, I won't mention the names in this platform, but I think people are mostly aware of what has happened there. And it is suspected of fraud by allegedly requesting clients that wanted to pay for building plan fees that other account other than that of the municipality has been given, and that has been uncovered by the CFO and his staff, and it was duly reported, and there was immediate action from the management side to address that matter fairly urgently. And as soon as the CFO has reported that, the employee that was suspected of the alleged fraud had immediately been put on suspension. And whilst the employee was on suspension, the employee then submitted a letter of resignation to the municipality. And that obviously made any disciplinary procedures moot, because you cannot have disciplinary against somebody that is not working for the municipality. But what we've also done, as per the requirement of the MFMA, it's incumbent upon the accounting officer, when something has been brought to the attention of the municipal manager, that a criminal case be reported at SAPS, and we've done that at the Bredasdorp police service, and that criminal case obviously now have to run its course. They will do the investigation and then obviously make sure that they take it, bring it to court from after the investigation. But what happened also, this raises a number of concerns in terms of the controls. And that is why we've also had to appoint an independent forensic auditing firm, one of the best firms, specifically maybe in the Western Cape, but also in the country. And it's also under the leadership of Mr. Smart Recalets. So, I mean, people that know, if you mention that name in the corridors of government institution, they would know that it's somebody highly professional, know exactly what they are doing, and also come with a lot of experience in terms of investigating cases, forensic investigations like this. So that investigation is currently underway. And I think councillors can recognize the fact that you obviously cannot make details available about the investigation. But the purpose of the investigation was specifically to just look at the extent. Because the one instance has been uncovered, there might have been more that happened. And that is what they are now currently investigating. And then subsequent to that investigation, they will obviously bring a report to obviously ourselves first as the management. And then we will definitely be quite transparent about the whole process, and we will make sure that councillors are also aware of what are the extent, and also they will come up with recommendations in order for us to put management procedures, controls in place in order to prevent a reoccurrence of something like that happening again. So in the meantime, we also internally look at the oversight and the controls within not only that department, but also other departments. And that is currently being tightened up. And I must be also applaud the leadership politically as well as administratively, where the auspices, as well as the leadership of the deputy mayor and the speaker and everybody, and as well as the CFO, has also made this public immediately. When they heard about it, they made sure that, listen here, we're not trying to hide anything under the carpet. They made it public. There was a number of videos that has gone out from our communications department. There was a number of media releases. There was obviously a big interest from media who wanted to have interviews, wanted to know what's happening, and fortunately it was handled in a very professional and very responsible manner. So this is what is currently underway. It has happened. There's been immediate action from everybody involved, and now we're all just waiting for the investigation to say, walk its way, and that obviously all of us will make sure that we participate, that we cooperate with the forensic investigation team that has already been on site, and they frequently engage with all the relevant stakeholders involved. Also, I had a briefing the other day with the speaker, and to just also make sure that the mayor, to make sure that everybody is also just aware of what is happening. That is why we're also just informing council formally about the incidents, that you are also quite aware of what is happening. Obviously, there might be some questions, so I'm not sure, Speaker, CFO, is there anything that I might have omitted that you want to add before we give over to councillors to ask questions for clarity? Deputy Mayor?
Councillor August, would you like to go
Only yet speaker. Company, if I understand, speaker.
Yeah, so.
Yes,
No, there's definitely the delegated authority to the municipal manager and myself as the accounting officer. We definitely saw the need because we really wanted to understand. This is what happened. Is dit net dit wat gebeur het of het daar meer gebeur? So it is incumbent on the accounting officer to delve in a bit deeper, and I'm actually glad because I can tell you now without letting anything out, there are more things coming out. So it actually was very responsible to just appoint that company with the relevant experience and with the know-how and with the expertise to really, they know how to dig and how to get the information, and they get very good cooperation from a number of stakeholders.
Dankie speaker. Even net my bekommernis uitspreek as a councillor, although opposition councillor, but part of this council, is that ons het maar nie goed op die sypaadjie gehoor. En toe die media vir ons begin bel en rest, toe weet ons nie wat om te sê nie, want ons het dit op die sypaadjie gehoor en ons hoor by die media en questions wat hulle gevra het. So dit is vir my groot rede tot bekommernis. Ek meen daar kon daar gemaak, net 'n tydjie gemaak gewees het om met lease die councillors in te lig oor wat aangaan. Soos die MM tereg gesê het, daar was 'n media verklaring gedoen en daar was Facebook lives gedoen, maar dit het alles agterna gebeur. Toe weet ons van die sypaadjie af wat gaan aan. En in ons posisie as councillors, as iemand vir jou adres oor die goedes wat hier onder jou neus gebeur, and you don't know about that, come on, that is not on.
So, en ons was toen versoek, so management te sê, wat in 'n poging om hierdie ondersoek vrae het ons gevra en maar Chancellor, dit was nie bedoeling julle nie dan vertel nie. Ek dink dis net so goed geskryf. Dit moet slaap hulle gaan slaap. Maar ons gaan volgende week van ons gesels. En dan kan jy vra en ons sal probeer kyk of ons kan antwoord sonder
No, I think it's because I think I'm covered. That's the problem with that. That's disgusting. But now I think the MM also brought me the issue of family. And it was part of the first one they choose. Come up with the in the disparity. I don't know what is done, but the case has been quite very long, and also there's a lot of money also involved. One thing we are using, it's very important, and also the interest of the money that may happen that was there, that should have been received. So we need even to look at what can that person, if with the agreement been made, and also in common with the MM part of should take it by the country. I think that there might be maybe some sort of points where we can even as we come. what is done can be.
Thanks, Speaker. I think let's deal. So councillors has been informed, and as I've also mentioned, you will be kept abreast as the investigation uncovers or unfolds, and we will keep you in the loop all the time as we get additional information. For now, we're just making sure that the investigation goes uninterrupted and everybody cooperates in terms of that. So that handles with this one. Then the case of the 25,000 that was paid to a company called Child Assist at the time for an event that has never happened. Councillors will know, I think this took place already 2018, 2019. Yeah, 2018, 19 already, and there was a big attempt to trace the people. Eventually, it has been traced, and there was a number of court appearances of the accused in the case. And eventually was actually also advised by the state prosecutor to try to have a mediation discussion about, you would remember the last time councillors indicated maybe we should just go for the court date first and see what comes out of this. So there was a couple of postponements subsequent to that. And then I think there was a formal request, Councillor Mokotoana, from the lawyers of the accused to have that settlement, what they called a mediation discussion. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of the discussion. Alderman Jantjies, the CFO, Mr. Werner Jonker, and the Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Solile Parker, was part of that discussion. So I will maybe just give over to the CFO, just to counsel of what transpired.
Thank you, Amen. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like Abe said, councillors, that we went into the meeting, and then we discussed what we said, the mediation, and what do they put on the table, what do we put on the table, in a sense that, so when we started the negotiations on our side, we had said that we want interest, and then we want at least of the tracing fees, what we paid the lawyers about 4,700 rand. We paid over, but then the interest. But then I think when we spoke about the interest, the lawyer, his eyes went. I think he also gescript, kom ek sê nou maar so. And then there was a huge back and forth at the one stage, but at the end of the day, they say they are willing, even that time already, they wanted to pay the 25,000 rand, which is outstanding. And then when we compute the interest on the 25 is about, over the years, it accumulates up to 9,600. It is not that means the total debt for the interest plus the capital amount, if I can say that, 25 is about 34,000 rand. So then they say they are more than willing just to get this thing done. They are tired of this also, and he also wants to probably clear his name. And then secondly, if we could not just accept the 25,000 rand, which I said to them, yes, not yes, which I so told them that, no, I can't make the decision. I will bring that to our council, and then a council will give me the mandate what to go next, in sense. So, councillors, but okay, I forgot, when they talked about the tracing, there was a huge thing about the tracing, that the tracing was not yielding what should have been done. For instance, he said he was the whole time he was at his place, but no one got him. We couldn't find him, the tracer that was with us. And then to be honest, I don't really know the whole story, but if council considers that, at least let us get the capital, we put that in a recommendation, get us the capital, and then we can let them know that they can just pay over the 25,000. I have to mention to council, which I actually, let me harder address. They had a 25,000 rand in the office. They in the office of the MM actually. And I told them, no, you can't do that because you can't even stick a klomp geld hier because they wanted to pay it cash. Then I said, no, no. You must, if council decide, you can pay it in EFT. But then that's what happened there. So if council decide, and maybe the recommendation should be there, that let them pay the 25, and then we leave this story out of our life.
I don't want to comment necessarily on this 25,000 rand issue. I think that the CFO has clarified. But Speaker, I just want to get clarity with regard to the case, the investigation. Will it only be investigating this specific instance, or will it be looking at the department or other allegations or some things that might come out of this? No, I don't want to force your hand. Okay.
We want the cancel ESP.
It's up a lot to do the record, you can move.
The one thing that came out of the discussion, not
No, I just wanted clarity from the CFO. Rent or where's the interest and the tracing fees? Was just mentioned 25,000.
Let me, yeah. I think what happened is maybe I could provide some context in terms of this, in terms of our discussion, and that is why it was advised by the state prosecutor at the time. If the case continues, the investigation officers already indicated they could not get another, what is it, a section 205. So that means you can go into the bank account. They could not get that. The magistrate didn't want to allow that. So that will hamper their case. And then what they say is the worst case scenario for the municipality, also say the best case scenario for the municipality is that this Mr. Okay, I can mention his name. He was appeared in court. Is Mr. Nolan de Jager. If he appears in court and they find him guilty, then what will ultimately happen? He will get a fine. That fine, whether it's 2,000, 3,000, whatever thousand, will be paid to the state. So then the municipality will not get anything out of it. So that then you will get a criminal record, and you will pay, and then you will let, and then it will also leave us with nothing. The other thing that was also advised by this prosecutor is that the magistrate already made a preliminary comment indicating, listen, you Capagallis, you must have realized if you make money available to a service provider before that service has been rendered, you must understand or acknowledge at least there's a risk involved. So you couldn't now take the risk, and now the risk has materialized, and now you don't want to suffer the consequence. So that already indicated to us that, listen here, maybe at this stage we must see what we can salvage, get our money back, and then just forget about this thing that happened in 2018-19 already. I think from our side, we've demonstrated that we did everything in our power to at least recover the money that was. So just to answer your question, Councillor SK, that was the proposal put to them. And they've said from the start, listen here, ons is bereid om die 25,000 te betaal. If you paid somebody to trace me who haven't traced me, while I was stealing at that, you must get your money from that person. And they also were not willing to pay the interest on that. So at this point in time, they are willing to pay that 25,000 tomorrow in the in the account of the municipality. So that is where we currently at. So that is why we bring it to council, just to inform you, and also as the accounting officer advised, this will at least enable us to get the money back that we have paid for it.
Speaker, I'll then propose that we take it. It's a win and lose situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a win-win in fact now. If we don't and say proceed with the case and we lose the 25,000. And we need the money because our budget is tight.
Okay.
Councillors, is that the consensus that we take our money. Not our money, and no interest and no tracing cost, 25 grand. Is that consensus now? CFO, you've got it like that?
I got to take the speaker.
Julle het hom so.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, thank you very much. I think that deals with all the matters. So now we can go into committee.
No, before we do,
Oh, sorry.
can I get your attention, please? Okay. Verweesing van dringende moties het een gekry. But I'm going to be fair and have a discussion with Director Moodley next week first before I take this one further. So, Director Moodley, when you're back next week, please call me so we can have a discussion on this motion, please. And then we can bring it, well, it depends on the outcome of our meeting, then we can take it further. Verweging van kennisgewing van vrae, ek het geen gekry. Die in komitee verslae, ons gaan nou in komitee, so daag hierdie vergadering. Dankie raadslede vir julle deelname, julle aktiewe deelname, julle volwasse deelname. En ek sien uit daarna om 'n vergadering met julle te hou volgende week. Laat ons sal vir julle gestuur word. Baie dankie. Thanks for tuning in, and I trust you enjoyed it as much as we did. Have a good afternoon.